Albertans rise up, tired of the status quo.
Oh, yeah. We're back with another big show. Nice to see everyone. I hope you're doing well. We're still on the same rant. Alberta independence. Welcome. Welcome to the Alberta Independence Special. Coming to you live, well, unless you're watching recorded, from the illustrious Elm Line streets of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Woo-hoo. We're doing it up big time here today. Obviously, I'm pro Alberta independence. Thank you very much, liberals out there, for pushing us into this situation. All you liberals are to blame for Alberta independence. You did it. You pushed us to it. What do you think? 300,000 people signed that petition to leave Canada. You did it. Uh-huh. Good to see everyone in the chat as everyone files in for the show for some entertainment. Woohoo! Doing it up big time. Thanks a lot, everyone. Real Red Mama in the chat. Hey, hey. Check out my live here. Alberta freedom. Who's first in there? ABD. Thanks a lot for turning those back end switches on. A beautiful day. Real Red Mama. LC in there. Sandy Foster. Good to see everyone. See if we can build it up here. Give us a thumbs up as you drive in to the channel. And sub up to the channel if you're just brand new here, if you're just checking in, so you don't miss any future programs as the whole Alberta independence thing unrolls up here in Canada. Carrie's Musings, good to see you. Woohoo! WG, thanks a lot for subbing. Appreciate that. WG in the house. Big up to WG. And Dan Shanks. Thanks a lot there, Dan Shanks, for subbing up. Appreciate those subs and thumbs ups. Nice to see some newcomers. Judy Teasdale. Hey, hey, thanks a lot. Great to see you. As our channel expands, Manda in the house. Manda, good to see you. Very nice, very nice. Appreciate those subs. Checking out the channel. We got a special here for you. Sandy, I'll explain that to you. I'll explain to you what's going on here in Alberta. Because it is monumental. Absolutely monumental what's happening. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. I'm Tommy Tepper. This is the Tommy Tepper Show. I'm coming to you, as I said before, from the illustrious Crystal Gondola, the studios here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, overlooking the tree-lined streets of Old Strathcona on the south side of Edmonton. Here, I'll just show you what's happening outside of my window here. Let me just go to studio mode here and bring up my other camera that is outside. There you go. This is what it looks like outside of my window. Okay, I'm not having a barbecue right here. This is the bird dish here. We got some, breadcrumbs and stuff like that for the birds. And as you can see, that winter's over. It's springtime here in Alberta. The other time I went live, there were a few buds on the trees, but now the trees are actually sprouting leaves. And it's looking beautiful out there. And for some reason, we've got a lot of crows that have kind of taken over the area here this year. And right behind me, I've got the water bowl. Hang on, we'll show you that shot here. There's the water bowl, and it's pretty dry out there. It hasn't rained in a little while, and the birds are really frequenting my water bowl out there. There's a bunch of crows coming around here. There's magpies, sparrows, and other little birds. There's other birds that come around too, but not that frequent. But the majority of them are going to be those blackbirds, the crows, ravens, whatever the heck you want to call them. They've got different names for them in different areas, but that's kind of what's happening out here. And it's just a great time out here. It's springtime. And I was out at the lake. I didn't really go live out at the lake now that I think about it, but I did put a few vertical shorts on my feed out at the lake there. In fact, maybe I only did one or so. I don't know. But I was having so much fun at the lake there. We've got our, and I should have done a video with my new cart, because I've got a new golf cart out at the lake that we're going to be driving around. But I think I didn't do a video because I wasn't really around it, because what happened is I've got the golf cart. So we acquired the golf cart, but I applied for a license plate because to drive it around town, you need to have a special license plate. Sylvan Lake is the lake town that we're at. And this year was the very first year that they're allowing golf carts to be driven around the town. So I applied for a license plate on, when was it? In the morning of Friday, okay? And then by 3:30 on Friday, I went down to the municipal police station, is where they actually give you the plate, right? Is that where the bylaw police, whatever, are, which is at the RCMP office, which is where Queenie always goes to rag on the RCMP. And I should have actually popped into the RCMP side of the office and talked to them a bit about Queenie, but I neglected. I'm not going to go over there and cause a ruckus the way she does. I'll leave that up to her to do that. But anyways, I went down there to pick up my license plate, and there was a girl there bringing in a one of these big jugs of water, into the. In fact, their bell. They have a little bell at the front wicket thing, with the big glass window, whatever. And there's a little bell there, and I'm pushing on the top of the bell. It doesn't work because it's broken. So I actually take the bell up in my hand, whatever, and then I screw the thing, tighten the knob on it so it actually works, and then put it back down and go ding, 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 ding. And of course, nobody shows up. And then I wait and wait and wait. And then she finally shows up with a bottle of water. And then she says, "Oh, well, didn't you read when you apply for a license plate, it takes 5 days for us to give you a license plate?" And I go, what the hell is this all about? Because if I go to vehicle registry for my car, right, I just plain provide them my driver's license, proof of insurance, and they hand me a license plate like right now. It doesn't take like 5 days to get a license plate. But when you're dealing with little town, Sylvan Lake, it's like, yeah, it takes 5 days to do that. So all weekend I couldn't drive my golf cart around. It was like the most frustrating thing in the world. It's like, wow. It's like you do all this stuff. You submit all your documents. I even had to get special insurance, and the way the insurance works is that you have to get house insurance, a rider from your house insurance to cover 2 million liability on your golf cart. So it's not really golf cart insurance. It's just a rider from your home insurance. It's all that's required. So you have to have that paperwork, which I submitted that paperwork. Submitted, and really the only thing you submit is your address, your driver's license, and your proof of insurance. Just it's pretty much the same thing as when you walk into a vehicle registry office, but for whatever reason, 5 days. So that I wasn't too pleased with. So anyways, I've got the golf cart down there, and I really, really want to be doing some video from that golf cart, show you around town and have some fun in that golf cart. There's even every Friday they have a car show down there, and show you the people on the beach and some of the houses and the businesses and stuff like that down there. Just roll around town and kind of show you what's going on. So, but anyways, the next time I go live, which is down in Sylvan Lake, is probably going to be on Wednesday. So I'll go back to that little office there at the RCMP station on Wednesday and see whether or not they've got my license plate. Let me think. Okay, so that's Friday. So I take the whole day on Friday. I've submitted the paperwork on Friday. So that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That's 5 days. So I should be able to pick up my plate on Wednesday. We're going to give them the doubt of whether or not they're going to get it done in that time. So anyway, that's what's going on with my life with my golf cart. We've got the golf cart. It's going to be a fun summer because we've got that golf cart down in Sylvan Lake, and we also have a boat coming online where we have that $200 boat that I bought last year. I did a video of it, so really short video. So you guys that are watching my channel, you've seen that. It's an old boat. It's like in the 70s. I don't know what it is, 78 or something like that. Lund boat that's in pretty rough shape, but it's got I forget what it is there, like a 85 motor on it. So that's 85. I don't know. What does that mean? 85 horsepower? I don't know. But anyways, it's got a big 85 on that motor, on that Johnson. And we're going to be piloting that thing around. No, now I have to get my boat pilot's license. And I don't know anything about this boat pilot's license, but I do know how, I do know the different parts of the boat. Let me explain this to you. The front of the boat is known as the bow, okay? The rear of the boat is known as the stern. And you guys don't know this either. Maybe some of you do, but most of you probably don't. And then you've got the right side of the boat is known as the starboard, and the left side of the boat is known as the port, okay? So don't even bother, trying to do anything with the boat if you don't know those four things. You have to at least know those four things about the boat, and then there's stuff about the different lights that go on the boat, for different colors of lights, so that at nighttime you can determine whether that boat is, one side of the boat is green, the other side is red, and there's stuff like that. There's other stuff to know that I've never taken the boat pilot's license before, so we're going to be doing that. So we're going to be having fun on the water this summer. We're going to be putting the life jacket on, and I'll have a life jacket on, no doubt about it, because I don't want to be like overboard and in the water in the middle of the lake, because I would probably drown. And I know how to swim too, but can I swim like from the middle of the lake to the shore? Probably not, because it's a huge lake. Well, I shouldn't say huge. I can see the shores of the lake, but I can't see the very end of the lake. It's pretty far away. But anyways, we're going to be having that kind of fun. But getting back to the topic of the actual stream here, sorry to get distracted on that, but I just wanted to give everyone an update because people are kind of always interested in what I'm going here. Now, Sandy, on this business of 700 signatures, votes, whatever you want to call it, this is what happened. You've got the people that want to separate from Canada. Okay, okay, and we're known because you guys throw these slurs at us all the time. You call us like seppies, traitors, whatever, separationists, whatever. I like to use the term we're for independence. I like the term independence, but you will never ever hear the mainstream media call us or call it Alberta independence. They will always call it Alberta separatists because it sounds worse. It's just bad sounding. You bunch of separatists, you bunch of seppies, you bunch of traitors, and it ends up being where, it's like throwing slurs at you. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, you're this, you're blah, 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 blah. Right? And we're used to it already. Right? I started my stream off with a bottle that's only got about that much water in it. So at some point, I'm going to have to go and fill up my water here. But anyways, this is what's happened so far. We've got signatures on both sides, okay? You've got the group of people that are called Forever Canada, okay? Now, that group is for Alberta staying in Canada, okay? Now, they didn't have to get people to pull out their ID. They didn't have to get people to verify that they lived in Alberta. All they went out and they got people to just sign their name, okay? And the whole idea was to put that on a vote, right? It was a plebiscite to vote, okay? To go on and to be a referendum to actually vote for Alberta to stay in Canada. Now, they managed, because they did it in the summertime, remember this, so they did it in the summertime where they all stood around, in parks and all over the place, and they managed to gather 400,000 people that signed to stay in Canada, okay? So you get those numbers, right? Get the numbers straight. This is where the numbers come from. So there's where you get the group of people where there's 400,000 people that did not have to show their ID, did not have to show that they lived in Alberta, and it all took place in the middle of summer. They gathered 400,000 people that signed that plebiscite, okay? So you've got that group of people, the Stay in Canada group, okay? Then you have the so-called independent group, or separatist, as they're known, negatively. But the separatist group, we'll call it. I'll just say it. But I don't like that term, but I'll say that they were out and they had to get people that had identification, even if their identification showed their driver's license with a P.O. box. That wasn't good enough. They had to bring to the place where they were signing, which was whatever. It was in the middle of winter. Okay, get this. It wasn't in the summertime. It was all in the cold. It was like 20 below or whatever in the middle of winter. And they had to go out, and the people were standing in the cold collecting signatures, right? So it was under a pretty much a place of duress where they were gathering these signatures. They even had cube trucks and whatever, or trailers, whatever, where they were inside of those trailers trying to keep warm with a little heater on the side of the road, whatever. It wasn't a great situation, put it that way. So anyways, they had to have people have their proper ID showing that they lived in Alberta, okay? And they had people sign up for that, right? And I actually signed up there on the lake of Sylvan Lake. And it was actually a good time. There were lots of people signing up and whatever. And they managed on that side to get 300,000 people to sign up for independence. Okay, so that's where the number of 700,000 people. Now, both groups want a vote. Both groups want a referendum, okay, and they want a vote on that referendum, and they want both of them have a different wording on it. Now, I don't have the wording right in front of me, but the Forever Canada group wants their wording was something like, "Do you agree that Alberta should stay in Canada?" Okay, whereas the independent group, the 300,000 people group, was like, Do you agree that Alberta should leave Canada? Okay, that was, basically the juxta of the two questions, right? But in both cases, you could answer yes or no. So let's say that you voted no in the case of the should Alberta stay in Canada. Well, then obviously you want Alberta to leave Canada, right? And same thing with the other side. So what has happened is that the Forever Canada group ended up going, no, 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 we changed our mind. We don't want it to be a vote, because they realized that it was actually a bad idea and it could backfire on them if there were actually more people that voted no than yes. So they're going, when they first started, they're going, yes, we want a referendum. We want it to be put to a vote to the people. And then they like the guy that started it, Tommy's his name, same name as mine. That's why it's bad that I'm like Tommy and he's Tommy. But anyways, he's going, no, 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 no. I don't want it to go to a vote. Bad idea for it to go to a vote. We're changing our mind because we think it's a bad idea. All it was is we want the government to have a vote amongst themselves, with the Alberta government, as to whether or not Alberta should stay in Canada, which of course, that would make no difference whatsoever, right? So as it's turning out here, the group that has the 300,000 signatures, okay, is getting a lot of blowback, a lot of pushback. And this is where you hear that, and you saw me, if you watched my video, where I was at the location, the Alberta elections building, where the 300,000 votes were submitted to Elections Alberta. Okay, I was live down there. I was, showing you what was going on there with that whole thing. And of course, that's been in the news big time. And what happened is they accepted the boxes, they sealed the boxes, and Elections Canada is not counting any of those signatures, right? That they're just basically going no. And the reason for it is because the native chiefs, right, went to the court and they said, oh, you didn't consult us. I shouldn't talk like that. But they said, no, you didn't consult us, and you went ahead and got a bunch of signatures for Alberta independence, and you didn't consult us, so it's not a good situation, right? Not a good situation whatsoever. So, as it turns out, the judge, in error, she erred because she's a liberal judge, and liberal judges and liberal people like Sandy out there don't want Alberta to leave because, she's been installed in Alberta here, and she's actually, I think, from New Brunswick or somewhere like that. You got a liberal judge that made a decision that, no, you can't count those signatures because the natives in Alberta are saying that you didn't consult them. Oh, wow. I didn't know that you had to consult them in order to actually, collect some signatures and to vote as to whether or not you want to stay in Canada. Now, let's say that that the vote comes back and we go, yes, we've got enough signatures that say that we want to leave Canada. Well, at that moment in time, you could consult, right? That's where the consultation comes up, but it doesn't come up at this moment in time. You don't have to consult just in order to take some signatures, right? That is plain wrong, and that should be thrown out. But the problem is that it was a low-level court that decided that, and it's probably going to take, it could take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years for these courts to put it to another upper level court and for them to make a correct decision. So that throws a big kibosh into the whole thing for a long time, an unknown quantity, put it that way. So we can't count those signatures until the court system figures it out. And really, honestly, it should go to a higher court, and it should take all of about a couple of weeks to decide that. But due to the way the court system is up here in Canada, we're screwed because we're at their mercy, right? So what has happened in the interim is that our premier has come up and said, because she said, hey, look, we're going to have a chance for the people to actually vote on the 19th of October. And you've heard me say that for a while. And thanks a lot, everyone on my side, for coming into the chat. Hey, we got, let's see who else in there. We got Kimberly in the chat. Nice to see you. And let's see who else is popping in there. We've got Steve-O. Hey, Steve-O, good to see you. Yeah, we'll have one with you. We got Granny Gone Bad in there. Hey, good to see you. We got U-Haul TV. Let's see. We got Halls in there. Hey, Halls. And let's see. Pam is in there. We got Dimebag Darren in there. Hey, Dimebag, how you doing? Hey, Dimebag. Yeah, when I later on hit that link that I don't know if you had that link that you had there from the last time that I had you up here, but you would be an actual great co-host with me up here after I get finished with my monologue. If you'd like to come on up here, or I will Dimebag. I'll drop a link because like you're a great guy, proponent of Alberta independence, and I liked you up here on the stream. And, it would be great to have a co-host up here to keep things rolling. I, might be rolling here for a long time, up until about 3 o'clock our time. I don't know if I can do it that long, but we will see. Just hang on a second. My camera has gone a little bit wonky on me here, and it's one of these IA type pieces of garbage cameras here. Hang on. It's let me zoom it over here. I don't know why it went the wrong way here, but it's showing me being a little bit off center here. Oops, went too far that way, where it's showing some garbage up in the top corner there. Okay, right about here is pretty good. Let me just save that in my update, the PTZ and the initial state. There we go. Okay, we're back in here again. Yeah. So anyways, Danielle Smith has come up with this vote, okay? So she's like going like, the premier of the province is the premier of the province. And like she has to come across as being a federalist, right? It's like, oh, I'm the premier of Alberta, and I'm going to make sure that Alberta stays in confederation, stays as a province within Canada. So I'm going to be voting yes or no or whatever in order to keep the whole thing going, right? So I like that. I like my friendly Robbie the Raven there, who likes to bring stuff over to the water bowl and drop. Crows are funny in that they like to get their stuff wet a little bit there. So the crow will always drop their food into the water bowl and then will munch at it, like you can see there. Let it get wet a little bit, soak it up a little bit, get that bread. And then she left it there. Robbie, he, she. Well, I think that the skinnier one is the female and the fatter one's male. I don't know. I'm just making that assumption. But anyways, the crow left some bread in the dish there, and whatever, it's sitting in there. And of course that gets the water milky and kind of, stinky and whatever. So every once in a while I have to go out there and throw the water out and then refill it with some fresh water. So anyways, that's what's going on in the background here. Oh, look we've got a little birdie coming in there. There's a sparrow coming in for a little bit of water there. Yeah, so you got lots of different birds that share that water bowl. It's like the Sahara around here, and it's the only water for blocks and blocks and blocks. So it's quite a favorite spot for the wildlife around here. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Let me move me a little bit higher here. Now that I'm slouching down in the chair here. Hang on a second here. We'll zoom me up a little bit here. Which way's up? Uppity, 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 up. Okay, let me bump me up about here. Looking good. Let me just save that. Yeah, Don't you like that dead air here when nothing's going on? Okay, looking good. I like it. Okay, so there we go. We're back in the where I should be. The only thing I don't like about my setup is that this piece goes up here. I'd rather not have it in the video at all. The microphone boom here, whatever. But it is a nice boom because I can move it all over the place and it just stays. Like I don't know if you know anything about these mic booms, but definitely if you get the cheaper one, man, you put it over here and here, and all of a sudden it starts dropping and falling on the floor and going all over the place and not doing stuff that you don't want it to. And then it's got knobs here that you have to crank and tighten, whatever, continuously. So they're just, like crazy. So I went and paid $120 for this really, really nice one here, and I'm pretty much happy with it here. It's working quite well. Yeah, I know. I've got living in Canada is like having a monkey on your shoulder. You know what I mean? Over here in Alberta, I've got a crow on my shoulder, and actually I don't mind it. It's actually pretty good. But living in Alberta, okay, with the rest of Canada, okay, this is what the whole problem is here. And the reason that everyone is so pro-independence is that we're living with a monkey on our shoulder, or, like some evil little, thing, a demon living on our shoulder that is like Eastern Canada. It's like the Liberals, right? They're continuously pecking at you and saying, "Give me some money, give me your money. We want your money. We don't want you to be drilling any oil wells. Keep that oil in the ground." Like Trudeau says, "Oh, we want to phase out the oil sands, like anti-oil. We want to carbon tax your crap there, carbon tax you out of existence, And all that carbon tax is another tax. It's a tax. And we want you to build these plants, these billion-dollar plants that basically, look at the crow went and stole his bread there. Or sorry, the magpie went and stole the bread. The magpies and the crows, they don't get along at all. They're like adversaries, eh? But the crow is like larger, so he's like the king of the domain there. There, he'd come back and he's gonna go, "Hey, where's my bread? What the hell happened to my bread?" It's like part of it is missing. That frickin' magpie stole part of my bread. Yeah, well, that's pretty much like what Eastern Canada is doing to Alberta, is that we're producing the wealth and you guys are stealing the money from it, but yet the Eastern provinces go, "Oh, we want to leave our resources in the ground, right? But we want your oil money, but yet your oil is dirty. It's dirty oil," Quebec would say, right? Yeah, I should go out there myself and put more bread in that thing. We need more bread outside there because they're getting hungry out there. Oh, yeah, the birds are really in big competition there today. Holy smoly. Can't believe that. Hey, hang on, but where am I? Let me get figured out here a little bit. Oh, no. I see what's going on here. Let me just put me on here, camera 1A, and move me over a little bit. Okay, looking good. Okay, man, those birds are coming in like crazy. I can't believe it. They're like, I don't think there's any water out there anywhere within miles of where I'm at here. Well, I am by the North Saskatchewan River, so there's absolutely water there, but it's probably, I don't know, maybe you gotta go like about 10 blocks or 15 blocks or something like that to get to the river, and that's way too far for these birds to fly. So coming over to Tommy Temper's place is actually where it's at. So anyways, that's what's happening. But I don't want to be getting sidetracked because this is the Alberta Independence Special. So thanks a lot for popping in here to find out about Alberta independence. So back to the story, where we're into this independence thing. We would like to have independence, and we'd like to vote on the independence, but our illustrious premier, who I have followed, and I really like a lot of what she does. I try not to say anything negative about anybody out there. I don't care if it's another streamer out there or if it's our Premier, or even if it's you out there, like in the chat. The only thing I don't like is some people come in here and then they start doxing or saying my real name or real address or real phone number or stuff like that in the chat. I don't like doxing and stuff like that, right? So if you do that, I'm going to be like, no, you're one person that I don't think I like, and you're going to get banned from the chat. Okay, so don't do stuff like that, and you won't get banned. And if anybody, need a friend with a boat, yeah. Yeah, well, I've got a boat over at Sylvan Lake there. It's not on the water yet. We're still working on that boat. We're still fixing the holes in it and stuff like that because, oh my God, these boats are they're like, it's a $200 boat, but believe me, it's a money pit, right? And you hear this all the time, that boats are a money pit. And I will absolutely, especially if you buy an old boat. Maybe if you buy a brand new one, yeah, okay, it's in better shape and it takes a while for crap to go wrong with it. But on an old boat, yeah, it's got cracks, and you got to fill it with, sand it down, and then get some fiberglass and fiberglass it, and fiberglass those cracks and whatever. We'll see. I hope that I put it on the water. I'm gonna definitely have a 5-gallon can on there for bailing the water out of it, just in case something happens. And I'm gonna have an oar on there just in case the motor craps out or something like that. But hey, we're putting a new radio in it, so it's gonna have tunes in it, and the rest of the bells and whistles. So it'll be fun on there. Oh, we've got the thingamajiggy that goes up on top of it. The shade thing. We're installing one of those on it. So it'll be nice to kind of get out there in the water. And, of course, when you're on the boat on the water, you're like captive. You can't go anywhere. You got to sit there. You got to have stuff there, drinks and whatever. But then again, they've got the RCMP. I saw the RCMP has a boat where they go out there and they, obviously, check that people have fishing licenses and boating licenses and aren't drinking booze and stuff like that on the water. So you can't drink and stuff like that. So otherwise the RCMP will catch you. But anyways, back to the story on the Independence. So anyways, I'm talking to myself. I'm just here by myself. I'm just, got the show going here. Got 23 people watching. Really small audience. We've got, maybe 50 people watching tops because I'm looking at the number here. We're actually coming to you on Kick, Facebook, on 4 YouTube channels, on Twitch, and on X. So we're actually streaming out to a bunch of different places, and over a period of time here, things will pick up a little bit. But it doesn't matter whether my audience is large or small. And it's funny because I look and see later on, and hell, I'll get on some of my, like Presspad, for example. You guys probably don't know, but one of my other channels is Presspad, and I'm streaming over on Presspad, and I'll get 1,500 people that have watched my stream on Presspad, right? And it's, just as many people that are watching over here. So, I appreciate that people are watching on the different channels and stuff like that. Come on over to Tommy Temper Show. Do a search on YouTube for Tommy Temper Show, and you'll see me, and that's where the majority of the comments are coming in from. But anyways, Danielle Smith has got the big thing where the vote is coming up on the 19th of October. And the actual wording for what the vote is going to be, what are we going to be voting for? Are we going to be voting for Alberta independence? No, we're not going to be voting for Alberta independence. We're going to be voting for whether or not this is what the question is going to be, just not verbatim, but just generally. Okay, you're going to be having a yes and a no on the vote. Okay, the yes is going to be should Alberta stay in Confederation? Okay, should still stay part of Canada, or should we have a referendum for Alberta to separate from Canada, for Alberta to become independent? So in other words, we're going to have a referendum for a referendum, if you can believe that. That's how ridiculous this is, And I can't really blame a lot of people, including myself, were like, what the hell's the matter with you? This is crazy. This doesn't make any sense at all. What the hell is that? We're going to have a referendum as to whether or not we're going to have a referendum. That's why we went out, and that's why 300,000 people and 400,000 people, a total of 700,000 people, wanted to have a vote for whether or not Alberta should stay in Canada. That's what it was all about. 700,000 people wanted to have a vote for that. And the premier of the province comes up with this, we're going to have, actually the vote is going to say, do you want to stay in Canada or do you want to have a referendum for Alberta independence? And I hope she says independence and doesn't use the word separate, because that's like calling us a dirty word. We're sick and tired of being called separatists and seppies and traitors and stuff like that. It all falls into the same realm, right? So that's what's basically happening here right now in Alberta, is that we're sitting at that point. Now, you might think, that's kind of turncoat or kind of sitting on the fence or just making the whole thing go longer, okay, because we're not actually having that vote that we really wanted. You're not listening to the plebiscite. But the problem is that the plebiscite hasn't really passed at all, because the natives have the block via the court system as to whether or not the 300,000 votes, which were counted by Stay Free Alberta, the people that put the whole plebiscite signature gathering thing together, they counted the votes, but when they took all the boxes and submitted them to Elections Alberta, they sealed the boxes, and because of the court ruling, the actual signatures haven't been counted yet. Now, like for me, I'm like, yeah, time goes on, things don't happen instantly. You have to just work on things and make sure that stuff is actually being done right. And you know that you're going to have blocks to the whole thing. You're going to have people that put up blocks. You're going to have the federal government that does whatever the hell they can to make sure this doesn't happen. You're going to have liberal judges that are going to make decisions that, are going to make this take forever to happen. And that's what you see happening here right now in real time. So, for people like me, it's like, hey, well, it may not happen instantly. And if it doesn't happen right now, hey, no big deal, because we've been in this country for literally 100 years already. And you can't expect that some kind of a vote is going to happen instantly. You know damn well that there's going to be liberal roadblocks. And also we have in this province, we have this liberal type lefty, even more lefty than the liberal organization called the New Democratic Party. So in Canada, you've got the lefties. You've got basically two parties here that are on the left side, right? And you've got the right wingers that want independence, but primarily, I would say this, not all, but you probably have some liberals that go, yeah, I want independence. But most of the pushback, the blowback, is coming from the liberals, which you don't even have a liberal party. Well, I shouldn't say that. There is a liberal party in Alberta, but they are so minuscule that nobody votes for them. Okay, so just forget about the liberal party on the provincial level in Alberta. But we have the NDP party, which is the New Democratic Party. They're the people that want stores, grocery stores, to be run by the government. They want the internet to be run by the government. They want your cell phones to be controlled by the government. They want housing to be built by the government and then rented out at reduced rates, because they believe in socialism. It's basically communism. The NDP communists basically are crying. They're crybabies, and they're like run by a guy by the name of Nenshi. Nenshi is the guy's name, and he used to be the mayor of Calgary and basically did not do a very good job of being the mayor of Calgary. Hey, let's bring you a little ditty that I found called No More. No More. This is from... I don't know exactly where it came from, but somebody produced this little video musical thing here called No More. Let's watch this one here, just as an interlude here to the show. Let's go with this bit here. Okay.
Didn't come with lights or sound, just a shift. We feel it now. Didn't come like a warning sign, came in quiet line by line. One more rule, one more say, took a little more each day. Call it safety, call it law, but you felt it in your gut. We stayed still, we played along. Now we see it, we were wrong. You feel it now, it's closing in. That pressure building on the skin. No more, we see it now. No more, we won't back down. No more, you cross the line, we stand up, hear us loud. First it's small, you let it slide. Then it grows and shifts the line. Say it's right, say it's for good, but it's not what it once was. Every voice starts as one, then it spreads, then it runs. Now it's loud, now it's clear. We were patient, now we're here. Too late now to stay the same. You lit a fire you can't contain. No more.
No more.
We see it now. No more. We won't back down. No more. You cross the line, we stand up. Hear us loud. No more. We see it now. No more. We won't back down. Draw the line here and now. We stand up. Hear us loud. Loud, 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 loud.
That's right.
That was then. We won't
Canada
make that
RV, good to
mistake
see you.
again. Every line that you crossed, every freedom that it cost, built this fire in our veins. Now you're gonna feel the change. No more hiding, no more doubt. This is where it all breaks down.
No more. Oh, yeah. We're not taking it anymore. We're sick and tired. Sick and tired of being controlled by Eastern Canada.
We see it now. We won't back down. You cross the line, we stand up. Hear us loud. No more. We see it now. No more. We won't back down. Not one more gets taken now. We stand up. Hear us loud. No more. No more. We won't back down.
Oh, yeah. We're not backing down because that's it. No more. No more. We've had enough. That's why we want independence. This is what it's all about, everyone. We're not just playing games here anymore. Hey, but you know what? On the other hand, just think of this. Quebec has tried independence twice already, right? They've had 2 referendums where they've had a chance for the people to vote. Here in Alberta, we haven't voted. We haven't even had a referendum to vote. And even this referendum coming up on the 19th of October is not a referendum to stay or leave in Canada. It is a referendum to have a referendum. Like it's the most stupid thing ever, But, I guess because of the court thing holding up the referendum, at least there's something going on the ballot. At least we're going to find out, okay, how many people are actually going to be voting for independence. That's what we'll actually find out. We're not going to be voting to leave, but we're going to vote to whether or not the referendum should be put on the ballot at some point in the future, right? So it's a way of at least gauging what's going on. Because right now, all you have is people coming up with these polls. There's polls and polls and polls. And you guys all know that you cannot believe polls. Polls are like all over the board and they're inaccurate. And I don't believe any poll at all. So yeah, pull a poll up and show me and you'll see. So one poll will say, only 20% of the people in Alberta want independence, right? Another poll will say 60% of the people want independence. So like they're all over the board, But we do know for a fact that 300,000 people that signed want independence. Now, keep in mind that there are lots of people that want independence that go, and they said to the people that were taking signatures, sorry, I'm not going to sign because, the last time that people donated money to the convoy, they ended up having their bank accounts seized by the government and unable to use their bank accounts, or they ended up going to jail, right, for telling people, hey, hold the line and stuff like that. So, people are genuinely afraid of the government. They're afraid of protesting, and this is actually, pretty much amounts to a protest. This is actually a huge protest that the province of Alberta is protesting being in Canada, and they're protesting what Canada is doing to Alberta. This is exactly what's going on here. Thanks a lot for deleting that message. If there's anything in the chat going on that's like unsavory or really absolutely completely negative to the nth degree, thanks a lot for timing those people out in the chat. They're mods. I see that A Beautiful Day is doing really good. Yeah, no doxing channels allowed. So yeah, don't try and dox stuff there, Maddie. I don't know who that is, that Maddie guy. You know what? Put that Maddie person in the tank. Actually ban that person from the channel. Don't just time them out. Ban them. Because if they're actually doxing in the chat, ban them. Actually ban them from the channel. And that way later on, after the feed is over, I can look in the ban list there and see who it is that is doxing the channel, okay? Appreciate that. So anyways, we're in that situation where we are having a referendum to have a referendum, and it is like it's just amounts to craziness. But I can see why Danielle Smith did that, because she's on the we need Alberta to stay in Canada, and you had to put something on the ballot, and you couldn't actually put that question on the ballot. So, it went that way. There's Birdie Num Num out there having more. She's actually splashing so much that she's gotten my window dirty there. You can see the blotches all over the window. I got to go out there at the squeegee and clean that thing off there. Anyways, the birds are having a fun time. It's going up. Wow. Today in Edmonton, it's like global warming happening here. Today, we have presently the temperature at this time of the day is 19 degrees Celsius, and we are going to be going up to 28 degrees Celsius. Holy moly, 66 Fahrenheit here right now, going up to 82 degrees Fahrenheit here today. Oh my, it's global warming. All that carbon going in the atmosphere is like cooking us here today. So yeah, there's not much water. And 28 degrees is a pretty hot day out there. And it's actually a nice day to be out there riding my e-bike around town. So later on this afternoon, when young ones get back from school, I will be, sorry, I've got the hiccups here a little bit here. I need a drink of water. Hang on. Dimebag, don't you hate that dead air there? You're a radio guy there, so you know what dead air is like. I don't like to have dead air on my program here. I like to keep things rolling. Yeah, and keep the rhetoric going, basically. Okay, let me see. Where's my bookmarks here? So, anyways, that was a pretty good one. I like that one. And I wanted to show some of the stuff here on the negative side. Okay, so I've talked a lot about the positive. I haven't really talked about why Alberta should be independent, but there are the number of reasons. I had a little list here. This little list on my. I started out with writing stuff down on this little notepad here, and it was like reasons. I know I have to go back here a bunch of pages here. Elections Alberta, what we can expect from the justice system. Justice Leonard, who is the Liberal judge, who ended up saying that, no, you can't have this, you can't count any of these votes because you didn't consult with the natives, okay? Yeah, okay. Well, why is it that we need independence? Well, part of the problem is we've got fentanyl being used all over in the streets here. You got open use of drugs. You have small quantities of drugs that the Liberal government has said, that's okay to do that. And then you've got these cities, like the Liberal city that I live in here, where it's like, oh, let's make it, a sanctuary city, and then we allow all the open drug use, and we have all these drugstores that have opened up that are giving away free opioids, and there's lineups on those stores every day. There's all kind of lineups. There's stuff being stolen all over the place, and it's the people that are on these drugs out on the streets that are stealing all the stuff, breaking in into houses, into garages, into sheds, stealing whatever the hell they can to get their fentanyl, because the opioids that they're getting from the free source is not strong enough for them. They even take those opioids and then they sell them on the streets, get that money, and then they buy the fentanyl, the stuff that they really want, right? You've got that situation there. Alberta needs to be a strong republic with a good working relationship with the United States. That's the other thing. Canada does not have a good working relationship with the United States. Do you know that? Have you been watching what's been going on? Carney is not working with the United States whatsoever. In fact, we've got this agreement for the free trade agreement that is coming up for renewal here in, I think it's in July, and they're hardly even talking to the United States. You've got Trump that's come up with these tariffs, and it's almost like Carney doesn't even want to talk to the United States. He's like shunning them. You've got Ontario has taken alcohol off of the shelves of the Ontario Liquor Board stores, and does stuff like that where they're not even buying liquor. It's craziness that's going on out there. Absolute craziness. And we have to do something about that. Absolutely. It's a situation where Canada is like shunning the United States. And you guys are our closest source of trade. Really, honestly. It's like a sad situation out there that we're in, that we're unable to, talk to you guys about trade and get over these differences. If it was me, I'd be talking to the United States like right now, saying, look, whatever you're doing with your trade, we have to resolve it. If you're bringing up tariffs to things coming into your country, like from Canada, you know what? We're your closest trading partner. We want to be friends with you. We want to trade with you. And of course, we want your business to thrive. There's no doubt about that. But to the same degree, we need to be able to thrive too. And right now, Carney is just shunning the United States. It's like, no, we don't need the United States. We'll just do more trade with Mozambique and some little countries in the middle of what was that latest one there? I forget the name of it, but some little island in the middle of the Pacific or something. We even set up an embassy there. And we're going to trade with places like that, even though like probably 80% of our trade is done with the United States. We're like trying to build up trade with Australia, with the UK, with France, and, all the rest of these, European Union. In fact, Carney's going like, oh, we have to join and become part of the European Union. This is like great and better for Canada, even though our largest trading partner is the United States, just right below us. It's like, and you're shunning the United States. You're not talking with Trump. You're just making things really, really bad. And that's one of hey, that's a reason for Alberta to separate. That's a reason for independence right there, because Canada doesn't want to cooperate with our largest trading partner. And you know what? If we were our own country, we would have no problem whatsoever developing a great trading relationship with the United States, because we already sell them 400 million barrels of oil a day. 400 million barrels of oil a day. And we've got a new oil pipeline going down to the States to make that an extra 100 billion. Okay? So we will, in very short order, be piping down 500 million barrels of oil a day down to the United States. Okay? Put it this way, a lot of oil. So for that reason, we need to be able to cooperate with the United States and not be enemies with them, and not try and shun them and say, we're just not going to worry about trading with you guys at all. We'll trade with Mozambique, and even though we only do like 0.1% of our trade with these crazy countries in the middle of nowhere, right? So that's one of the things. Canada, we've got summer jobs programs there that are just plain crazy. From a federal level, it's like the federal government programs deprioritizes applications from white youth that are not gay or disabled. You've got that kind of a problem there. Why should Alberta stay in? Should not separate from Canada. Loss of federal transfers. Why should Alberta not stay, or why should Alberta stay in Confederation? If we go, we're going to have a loss of federal transfers to the province here. Well, you know what? We feed way more money to the federal government than we get back, to the tune of, I've heard numbers of like $40 billion a year we transfer out and we don't get back, okay? So we actually lose $40 billion every year by transferring money to Ottawa that we don't get back, okay? Do you understand that? And that's a good reason of why Alberta needs to separate from the rest of Canada. It's not like a reason that we should stay because of the pittance that we get back from Ottawa. Like, that's not a reason to stay. We should be able to keep all of the money that we have here within our own province. We have developed these resources within our own province, and the rest of Canada is benefiting financially from that. Okay, that's what's going on here. Like, you guys in Ontario, in Quebec, and you know what? I've talked to people in Quebec too. Quebec gets billions and billions and billions of dollars from Alberta, and they go, "We do not want your dirty oil. It is dirty oil, dirty oil." But we love your money. We love the dirty money, with the dirty oil money. We love that. That's okay. And then they leave their hydroelectric prices at a low level to make them look like a have-not province, so that they'll get more equalization payments. There's crap like that goes on that nobody even thinks about. Nobody looks at. It's like crazy. We've got all kind of trade barriers that are built up, with different provinces in Canada that are not fair. It's like you can't transport if you produce liquor in a particular province, you have a hard time selling that to other provinces because of those barriers that have been put up other provinces for trade on all kind of goods. And for one example, a really bad one, and this is the one that Trump is really pissed off about. Okay, because over in the eastern provinces, you have what is known as the milk cartel. The milk cartel also encompasses milk products, and also poultry and eggs. Okay, now that cartel says to the United States that what they do is they prop up prices in Canada. They even pour milk down the drain in order to keep the prices high so that you'll pay more for those products when you buy them in places like Alberta, okay? And that keeps those farmers that are producing those items making a whole hell of a lot more money. And it also keeps the Americans from selling their poultry, eggs, milk products into Canada, right? There's like tariffs on that stuff. And there's it keeps the amount of product that they can bring into Canada at a lower level. It's like you can bring this much in and then we cap it at that amount, right? And Trump hates that stuff. He hates those tariffs. Those tariffs are like really high tariffs on that stuff. And that's one of the big problems that the United States has with Canada is that in itself. And it's pretty crazy. Yeah. You know how Sonal hit 10K? Go over to his channel and watch what he does. He sits there and he goes, he's on vertical, and then he goes, "What's your name?" And then he writes a name down. "What's your name?" Writes your name down. It's vertical subs. It's the same thing as Queenie did. Vertical. When you go vertical, you get all of these subs from all of these people that hit your channel once every 10 seconds or whatever and go, "Oh, I want you to write my name down." It's all bogus is how they're doing that. I'll do it. Hell, I could reach 20,000 subs by doing that too. But, I don't want to wreck my channel by doing vertical subs and vertical BS. I do horizontal stuff, and I get subs slow. But the people that watch my horizontal streams watch for a lot longer. People that watch vertical streams watch for like 10 seconds and flip to the next one, right? So are those the kind of viewers you want, or do you want viewers that sit there and put you on the big screen TV and listen to what you have to say and are interested in what you have to say? I'd rather have fewer numbers of people viewing, but viewing for an awful lot longer, And you don't get the subs. I know how the game works. It's like a game. It's the same thing as people that watch your verticals, right? Their shorts. You can get a lot of subs from doing shorts that people like watching, right? Now, my particular show here is a particular niche, which is talking about stuff that I do, going, driving around town or driving my e-bike around, doing a little bit of, showing you what I do for fun and excitement and stuff like that, and then talking about politics. And a lot of the politics that I started talking about with this channel were politics that were Canadian, were American, were European, was just everything, like, around the world. Like lately here, right now, I'm not talking so much about American politics. I'm not showing so much about what's going on in Portland, Oregon, and what's going on in the Middle East with the Hormuz. You guys know what's going on there. There's a big fight going on between Trump and Iran. And it's like one day Trump is saying, "We got a deal," and the next deal they're shooting some ships and stuff like that. And it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. It's like Trump is really honestly trying to make a deal, but Iran is going, and the deal is basically this. It's like Trump is going, "Hey, you guys stop producing materials to try and make an atomic bomb." And Iran is basically going, "No, we want to have control over those materials that we're producing, and we want to build an atomic bomb." So that's basically where the standoff is between what's going on over there. And I don't know if they'll ever come to any kind of an agreement. I absolutely don't know. I don't think that they will. The only way to really solve the problem is to eliminate the Islamic regime, which the people of Iran that are Persians, that are Christian people, they don't want to be controlled by the Islamic regime. They don't want Sharia law. They want to be the way they were back in the 1970s, where the women were wearing miniskirts and bikinis, and they didn't have to wear burqas, and they didn't have Sharia law, and they didn't have the Islamic regime controlling them. And to that degree, that's why us here in North America need to be extremely careful about what happens, because when the numbers build up, then the Islami hads, or whatever you want to call them, they go, you know what? There's enough of us. We're now bringing in Sharia law. You're going to have to wear a burqa. You're going to have to, come over to our religion and be one of us. You're either one of us or else you're not going to be here. Okay, that's what it boils down to. So be careful about who you're bringing in and what they're doing. And our politicians over here in the Western world have absolutely no idea how they're being hoodwinked by the globalists. And the globalists are going, no, mass immigration, let in mass immigration, let them in from all over the world. And don't worry about their religions. Don't worry about what they're going to do. Just bring them in, bring them in, bring them in, bring them in. And you see what happens is that over a period of time, nothing happens. They slowly come in. And then eventually you see, oh, in the streets of Toronto, you've got people praying out there in the streets, stopping traffic and pushing their agenda on everyone, making their wishes known. And you've got Palestinians out on the streets there burning the Canadian flag and saying death to Canadians. You've got in the United States, they're saying death to America. You've got the Islamic regime over there from Iran, with all of these different factions, bombing military sites like that. You've got over 200 Americans have been killed over there. And of course, those are reasons for why what's happening is happening over there. I don't like to see people fighting at all. Like, honestly, I'm like a person I'm more for like love and peace and flower power and just relax. Take a pill, take a chill pill and relax, this kind of thing. But, we can't really, tell other people what to do, because other people are going to do whatever the hell they want to do. And that's why there's such chaos. And you know what? I'm pretty sure that since the beginning of time, there has been chaos. Like I see these memes where like, oh, people go, oh, you're a colonizer, you took over Canada. Or you're a colonizer, you took over the United States. You know what? The native tribes were fighting each other since the beginning of time. They were taking over territory. They were impoverishing people. They were when one band takes over another band, then they take them and they become workers and slaves and whatever stuff like that. That's been going on like forever. So don't just think that, you're native and you're taken over by a colonizer and now you have the right to call every person that's born on this land some kind of a colonizer or something like that. That's just plain wrong to do that kind of stuff. Okay, next up, we're going to bring up this one here, which is the guy that's against Alberta independence, and he's known as Nenshi. Nahid Nenshi is his name. And let me just bring him up here so that you can see him. Here he is. This is what he looks like, Nahid Nenshi. So he's like against Alberta independence. He's the NDP, the New Democratic Party leader. He is actually the guy that is for the party, the leader, and he is actually the guy in my location here where I'm in Old Strathcona in Edmonton. So he's my guy at the Alberta Legislative, right? He's my guy, which I don't like him. I don't like him at all. I don't like anything that he stands for. He's like the epitome of communism in my mind. And I don't like him or anything that he's about. But let's see what the people have to say about him in the comments here on this. Okay, so let me just bring in some of these comments here so that we can see what people have to say about him. It's only right about that. Let's see what Nenshi is all about. Let me just bring this into a little bit smaller window here. And yeah, here we go. Yeah, here's a picture of Nahi Nenshi during COVID. And you can't make this stuff up. This is not AI. This is actually a picture of Nenshi. Now, Nenshi has a little bit of a problem with his eyes, and he's apparently at this moment taking horse paste, which he's probably one of the guys during COVID that was like, no, don't take horse paste for anything. But yeah, he's apparently taking horse paste for his eye condition. He's got some kind of an eye condition. But this is him during the days of COVID. Oops, can I say that without getting a strike or something on the internet these days? Yeah. Well, anyways, that's Nahid Nenshi. Let's see what else there is about him on here. Here's some other shots of him. He's looking a little bit deranged for whatever reason. As Calgary's mayor, when he was Calgary's mayor, he doubled property taxes, families restrained, small businesses pushed to the brink, wasteful projects, and they had a water leak there in their water main that had people, barely able to drink water. They were on water rationing and stuff like that. He never did fix the problem properly, and yeah, he's kind of looking a little bit deranged in my mind there. I don't know what you think about that, but that's Nahi Nenshi, one of the dudes. People say, let's see what they say. Yeah, pretty clear that Smith is not only a separatist, but a chaos agent. Ooh, who's that dude? Nenshi is morbidly obese. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They also had a health minister that was morbidly obese too, Sarah Hoffman, if you remember that. Yeah. Here he is. There's a bit of music in here, and I don't want to get a strike on this one here for the music, so I think I'll just play this just up until it gets to the point of the music here. But this is him when he was on Question Period. So let's watch this little itty bitty here. Hang on.
Should Mr. Nenshi Federalists be worried about your ability to do so, given how little traction public opinion polls show you are having as leader of the opposition?
So as for the polls, look, they are wild right now. For every poll that comes out that says we're going to cream them, another poll comes out that says they're going to cream us. I don't care. My future is bright. Let's put it that way.
But with all due respect, Mr. Nenshi, I've looked at every single poll. They're not all over the place. They're pointed in one direction, that the UCP government...
Okay, we're not going to play that music there. But he's sitting there and he's looking kind of weird. His one eye's looking one way and his other eye's looking the other way. And he's just kind of a little bit strange there. And he thinks he's going to be the ruler of Alberta. He thinks he's going to be the new premier of Alberta. And I don't think so. I really don't think so. Like, he's way too communist for us right-wingers here in Alberta. We don't like communism. Like, communism is way over there. Well, over there in this picture, wrong way. Way over in the left here. And we're way over here on the right side of the picture. So it's just not going to happen. It's absolutely not going to happen. Yeah, somebody says, Alponitor says, please stop gaslighting Albertans. Nenshi is a heavier person than you show in this picture. The people who oppose an Alberta separation referendum are poor citizens, in my opinion, as they don't want to take responsibility for their own lives and will let others care for them. So, yeah, I don't know, some craziness. Oh, here's another picture. I don't know if this is Nenshi or who this is, but somebody posted this as well. This might be him. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just saying that somebody posted this, and yeah, it might be him. I don't know. But if he was out at the hot tub, he'd probably be looking like that. Yeah, that's good old Nenshi. I don't like to, I'm not one to body shame because I'm a little bit overweight myself, but I am losing weight. You know, my neck is getting a little bit thinner. I don't know if you noticed that, Al Munson, but yeah, my neck is starting to thin out a little bit here. My face is starting to become a little more hollow. I'm not as, bulging out like that as I was before, and I'm losing a few pounds. I think I lost 5 pounds here in the last couple of weeks. So we're slowly not eating quite as much as we used to, and we're doing a little bit better. Yeah, here's another picture of Nenshi. He's looking his best out there in public. I don't know what the hell he's doing there, but you can see the Canadian flag behind him. He's with that forever Canadian crowd out there, pulling on his nose there and whatever, he's trying to make us look bad, right? Meanwhile, at the end of the day, yeah, I think he's making himself look bad there. I don't know. It's just plain weird, the stuff that we're finding out there. Here's another one here where it's Nenshi out there, and then you've got, is he with that guy, or is he with us? Is he a real Albertan, or is he just, rah, Canada? And he thinks that he's actually calling for a vote right now. He wants our premier of the province to call for a vote. And the reason that he wants her to call for a vote is because he thinks that this independence thing is going to topple the government and bring him into power, which I doubt very much if that's going to happen, because we already had the NDP as running our province for 4 years, and they pretty much borrowed. They shut down coal for our power plants. They, borrowed a bunch of, like $1 billion to pay out those coal contracts for our power companies so that our power companies would stop using coal in the production of electricity, even though there are lots of places in the world, including lots of places in the Midwest of the United States, that still use coal to produce electricity. So, the NDP party, all I can say is shame on you. And, here's another meme of the man himself. Is this the guy that's trying to say, no, stay in Canada, you're just a bunch of separatists out there, and you want me to be leading Alberta? No, we don't want you to be leading Alberta. You're not the guy. It's like, you can say whatever you want, but we don't want you running the province here at all. I hate to make fun of guys, though, but everybody, and really, these are comments that I'm showing you, comments on that post of him. I don't know. They're just coming in like crazy. Here he is again. I don't want to make fun of the way people look or anything like that. And people got heck for calling out Chrétien. I don't know if you remember Chrétien back in the old days, but he was the guy that talked out of one side of his mouth or whatever like that, Yeah, that's Chrétien. I'm Chrétien, and he actually did talk out of one side of his mouth, and really, while he was running the country, he talked out of one side of his mouth, like both in reality and metaphorically, in both cases. Oh yeah, and I forgot about this person here. This is the woman that changed into a man that's part of the NDP, Janice Irwin, which she's also, like on that whole bandwagon. And, it's kind of a little bit strange, a little bit on the strange side, shall we say. Kind of a little bit weird, just like Nenshi. It's like we showed you in the federal NDP, how strange they are, where you have to have social cards and stuff like that. And if you had a card that said you were disabled, you got a few points. And you had a card that said you were, a lesbian, you got a few points. Or if you were a transvestite, you got a few points. That's how the NDP party actually works. And I don't really agree with that at all. You got this one here where, what are they saying here? This socialist pig has the audacity to call Albertans monkeys. Oh my God, that's unbelievable. Yeah. Who is it? Oh, it's Naheed Nenshi of the NDP. Never vote Naheed Nenshi. Let's make Alberta NDP free. Yeah, I would agree with that. That's something good to go. Yeah, and this picture here keeps showing up of him there where he's like squinting at you with one eye and looking at you with the other eye. It's like one eye is looking in one direction and one eye the other direction. That seems to be coming up big in these things where people are trying to talk about him. Here you can see where the money is going. Here's where the money is coming from and where the money is going. The money comes from the west and flows over to the east. Do you see those numbers there? So you've got equalization payments where you've got $4 billion going to Manitoba, $546 million going to Ontario, and $13.6 billion going to Quebec. Why is Quebec getting so much money? That's what I want to know. What the hell do they have to do with anything? They're such a have-not province. Are those people in Quebec so bad at anything to do with money that they can't make any money in their whole province? And then you can see there's a whole bunch of billions of dollars going to all the smaller provinces in eastern Canada there. $3 billion, $3.5 billion, $66 million, $113 million. Just literally millions and billions of dollars going from, and you know where the money comes from? It primarily comes from Alberta. That's where that money's coming from Alberta. So do you want to know why Alberta wants to separate from Canada? Because the money is being siphoned out of our province and given over in billions of dollars to Eastern Canada. And meanwhile, our own province is running a $9 billion debt. $9 billion debt here, right in the province of Alberta. We can't make ends meet right in our own province because the federal government is siphoning that money out via federal taxes, via gasoline taxes, by clean fuel taxes, by the GST tax, which the GST is a federal tax across every single thing that, well, not every single thing, but most everything that we buy at the store, anything that we buy. Anything. It's like you could buy a golf cart, for example. Well, 5%, you got to pay 5% GST tax on you buying a golf cart or a motorcycle or a car. 5% tax on everything that you buy, right, in Alberta goes to the federal government. And then the federal government takes that money and then distributes it back to Alberta, but over to those red areas of Canada, that's why we say the money flows from the west to the east, right? Not only oil money, but also money from every single thing that we buy, almost every single thing. I don't want to lie on that. Don't catch me on liar. I try not to lie. We try to tell the truth. We try to be like, positive with everything. You've got this little meme that people have put up there. NDP, what does it stand for? Needles, drugs, and poverty. Yeah, because they're all pro this business of people doing drugs out on the streets, open drug use and stuff like that. The NDP are a bunch of lying criminals. They're a disgrace to Canada. Yeah, I would agree with that. That's why we don't want to have anything to do with them. Zippy Canuck says, and then she is an idiot. He hired a big shot company in New York to improve his image. Oh, really? Figures, eh? Took his business and his NDP caucus money to the States. What a loser. Yeah. And there's this one here. Here, this is the NDP. The NDP, how the NDP feels about Canadians, okay? He actually came out and called us monkeys, okay? So this is what the NDP thinks of Albertans. First of all, they call us monkeys. Then they call us embarrassing cousins, okay? Then they call us sewer rats, the biggest one of all. You see how big Sarah is there in that picture there. That's Sarah Hoffman, who called us sewer rats. And then you got the last one here where they're calling us rednecks. Brian Mason, former Alberta NDP leader, said that. Rednecks, Albertans are a bunch of rednecks. Actually, the term redneck, I actually take that term. You can call me a redneck. I actually don't mind that because we're actually rednecks. And I look at the term redneck as being like a hard-working person, okay? And what is a redneck? A redneck is somebody that's working out in the field, outdoors, somebody that is working in the hot sun, working for a living, and a working person develops a red neck, right? You get your neck ends up being red for being out in the sun because you're getting a sunburn. That's actually a hardworking person is a redneck, right? So I actually don't mind being called a redneck. Now, of course, a sewer rat, I don't really like being called a sewer rat because Alberta, the province of Alberta, is probably the only bastion of a country in the world that does not have rats. Well, there might be some islands in the middle of nowhere that don't have rats, but in North America, we are the only place that doesn't have rats. Are we embarrassing cousins? Are we the embarrassing cousin? That's Rachel Notley, leader of the NDP, who I outed, by the way, by going to one of her things. She was actually doing a thing where she was kind of rally the forces in my area in Old Strathcona here, and I showed up with my bullhorn before she got there, and her minions contacted her and said, "Oh, Tommy Temper's there with his bullhorn, so don't show up to the rally because Tommy Temper is there with his bullhorn." So yeah, the one that called us embarrassing cousins there, Rachel Notley, yeah, she ended up running from me, Tommy Temper, believe it or not. So this is like way closer home than you think. Now, the guy that you see right there, Naheed Nenshi with the NDP, he's got an office right here in Old Strathcona, and I'm going to go there one day with my bullhorn, with my camera, and do a video outside of his office in Old Strathcona. So look forward for that coming, okay? That's going to be one of those things that will be actually happening in the future. So wait for that to be coming. So we'll be bullhorning those communists over there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And yeah, Nenshi, he had the big thing with the NDP's arguments there, where he couldn't even run Calgary, he couldn't even run their water system. So this meme is all about hold about as much water as Calgary's infrastructure. Yeah, NDP Nenshi didn't do well in Calgary with their whole water infrastructure down there. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, what else? Oh, there's some other ones, some bad ones here. I'm not going to show that. Oh, there's this one here. Here's Nenshi with this one here. This is kind of weird. He's got the Independence Now thing going on here. Is that Nenshi? Where he's got his bucket of chicken. He's eating his chicken. He's got the Independence Now thing in the background there. I don't know what this one here is supposed to represent, but it's funny. You have to admit it's kind of funny, a little bit funny. Whatever. We got those memes coming on there. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I think that's enough with Naheed Nenshi. Let's come up with some other stuff here. Let's see what else we can come up with that's a little more interesting. Here's another reason why Alberta should leave Canada. And this, guess what? This is not Gaza. This is not Iran. This is not Saharan Africa. This is Canada, okay? And this is the way people are living all across Canada. Because of, in my mind, it was, when you look at 10 years ago, you did not see this. 15 years ago, you did not see this. Now, you see this everywhere. I see this in my city, and people are seeing this in Ontario. They're seeing it in British Columbia. They're seeing it all across the whole country, where people are living in poverty. They're living in tent cities. They're living in drug-infested tent cities where people are fighting each other. There's crime. There's dope being sold. People have got no reason to live because they're out on the streets. They're getting hooked on drugs. There's no help for the people. It's just plain a bad way of life, and it's crazy.
60-year-old Christine Robert crawls into her collapsed tent in the pouring rain to get some mitts and dry socks. She says living like this is tough, as she suffers from mental health issues and osteoarthritis in her back and hip.
Achy. I'm tired. I'm tired of living like this. It's just...
Hang on a second. She's tired of living like this. Why is she living like this? I'll tell you why. Probably the number one reason is there's nowhere to live. And why is there nowhere to live? Why? You know, I'll tell you why. And I'm not the smartest person in the world, but, you know, I did take Economics 101, which, you know, teaches you about supply and demand. And if you're living in a country and you've only got a certain amount of housing and you only have a certain number of jobs and you only have a certain amount of food and you only have a certain amount of housing, and then you bring in what's known as mass immigration, right? Mass immigration does something to a country. When you bring in so many people from other countries, it puts pressure on all of our resources, including healthcare, including schools, education, things like that, housing, right? Why is this lady, this poor handicapped lady, living out on the street? Because there's nowhere for her to live. Because there's the immigrants, you're bringing in immigrants and you're giving them literally thousands of dollars of free money to be able to afford to live in those houses, right? But yet you don't pay enough to people like her to be able to afford to live in a house. So where's she living? She's living out on the frickin' street. It's frickin' despicable what's going on in this country. Unbelievable.
Mental health issues and osteoarthritis in her back and hip.
Achy. I'm tired. I'm tired of living like this. It's just impossible. Some days you just want to give up.
Yeah, we want to give up. So what does the government do? They bring in maid, which is like, they talk to you and they go, hey, you know what? We'll help you to end your life if you just, you know, get with the maid program. We'll help you. We'll give you some drugs or do whatever it takes to, you know, help you end your life. That's what the government is doing. They're bringing in people from other countries. They're paying them thousands of dollars when they come in the door. They're having no problem living in hotels, motels, wherever the housing is. They're renting cars. They're living high on the hog on the money that's being given to them. The taxpayers are paying for it. And meanwhile, you have a little old lady like this that was probably born in Canada, has health issues. She can't receive the health treatment that she needs. She can't even find a place to live because she's not being given enough money to be able to afford a place to live. And why is this? It's because of the Liberal government. It's what the Liberal government has done to Canada. Why do you think Alberta wants to separate from Canada? Because we want the people that are living like this, and really, you'll see me, and I've done lots of videos where I go down to downtown Edmonton, I ride my e-bike down there, and I show you people just exactly like this. You've seen me build mobile human shelters where at least it's a wooden structure on wheels where people can go inside of and not have to be in kind of a wet tent or something like that. I've tried to try and help people. I've got two more, by the way, I've got two more mobile human shelters to give away, which we'll be doing at some point in the future. You'll see that live on my show. That's why I take some of the super chats that we get and the super chat money that I get, which I don't get that many. Very few people super chat to my channel. Very few. And some of that money that I get from super chats goes towards my building the mobile human shelters and to improving my stream, stuff like that. And I appreciate people that super chat for the cause. You know, again, I don't have a huge audience. I don't have 1,000 people watching and super chats rolling in like some other streamers do. We do what we can. We get the word out. We have the followers. We love you guys following us. Canada RV, we got in there. Railroaded, I see you in there. We got Juice in there. Masad in there. Hot Dam Elaine, hey, good to see you all in there. Love to see people watching what's going on here. And you guys have the same problem in the United States, And, when you get the liberal governments in there, the Democrats in there in the States, they bring in the same problems. And look at the problems that you have, like in California. You have just like this where people are living out there in the streets. And then you have the Republicans get in and they try and help. They try and solve the problems. They try and, get rid of this free drugs for everybody and, overdoses everywhere and stuff like that. Trump doesn't like that kind of stuff. Trump doesn't even drink alcohol. You know that? He's not some kind of a drug addict. He doesn't like this kind of stuff going on. Just to the same degree, I don't like this stuff going on. And the conservatives in Canada don't like this stuff going on. Our premier in Alberta has brought in rehabilitation services to try and, get people off of the streets, bring them in for rehabilitation, but they're fighting a justice system with judges that have been installed by the Liberals that just plain don't put people in jail for open drug use. The police in these liberal cities that we live in here are told by the civic, and I've talked to the police, and I've said to the police, I've asked them, point blank, why don't you arrest people that are doing drugs out on the street? And they go, well, the city tells us not to arrest those people, because it's, they don't have any money, so they won't be able to pay the fine, and they're not going to end up in jail because the liberal judges don't put them in jail. They just let them back out on the street again. So we're just wasting our time doing that stuff. You know what I mean? So we're up against a justice system that doesn't do what they're supposed to do. You've got the police that blame the politicians. The people at City Hall are so liberal that you can't talk to them. I phone them. I leave my phone number. They don't bother even phoning back. They don't want to communicate with you. They don't want to have anything to do with anybody that wants justice in this world, or wants right for the world, or wants better for the people that have not in the world. That's why people go, oh, well, Tommy Temper, yeah, you're just a guy on the internet, and you've got it made and whatever, and yeah, you're just spouting off for yourself and whatever. No, I'm on here trying to help the little guy, right? You guys don't understand that, right? You need to understand that. I'm out for the little guy. I'm trying to help the little guy. I'm not trying to help myself. I'm already there, right? I've already done it. I've already, been in through the business route. I've run like multiple businesses over the years. I've done entrepreneurial things. I've been able to pull myself up by my bootstraps, and I'm out here on YouTube having fun. I started this channel to have fun. Right? That's the bottom line. If I can't have fun, I'm not going to be here. Right? I don't mind the odd super chat, because it's a super chat to me is like a pat on my back. It's like, hey, Tommy Temper, I like what you're doing, and here's showing a little bit of appreciation to you. But it's not gonna keep me going. Although, hey, I don't go live sometimes because I go, well, why bother? People don't appreciate what I'm doing. But I'm out here trying to show you what it's like out there, what it's like that people are living out there, and that it's wrong, and that we're, as a society, all in bed with, if you're a liberal out there and you're like, oh, elbows up, we like what's going on. Do you really like this? Do you like to see what's going on? Because if you vote liberal, this is what you're promoting. This is the kind of lifestyle that you're promoting. You must like to see people suffer in the world if you vote liberal. Shame on you.
Robert says she was evicted from her apartment by Sudbury Housing for not taking care of it. She says she knows it's her fault, but she was having a hard time coping after her sister died.
I mean, she was my everything.
She says her tent was
Hang on, she was kicked out of her apartment because she was having a hard time looking after it. She's a handicapped person. You need to have other people go in there, government workers, and help her out. If she's a hoarder and she's got a bunch of junk in there, get the junk out of there. You know, clean the place up, do whatever you need to do to make sure that she's happy where she's living. You don't kick her out of the place and have her living like this in a tent that's not even a tent. It's falling down. It's raining out. She's wet. She doesn't have anything. And, you know, this is the worst kind of suffering that you can do to people is what you see here.
Damaged by someone asking for a cigarette, and she didn't have enough to share.
So now I can only lie down or kneel in it. And it gets very sore on the back and the neck.
The Go Give
Yeah, that's where it ends right there. It almost makes me want to cry. Unbelievable. That's why we're out for Alberta independence. Crap like this that's going on, it's going on right here in Alberta because of the frickin' Liberals. And we're not getting rid of the Liberals anytime soon either. No, I don't see it at all. And the only way that we can get rid of the Liberals is by getting rid of Liberal Canada. And that's independence for Alberta is the only way out of this crap. Unbelievable.
But Ottawa's taking our billions on fair equalization gain, sending it east to Quebec.
12:14 Mountain Daylight Time.
No more pipelines blocked.
That's a sad story.
Carbon tax change.
It's a sad world we live in.
Breaking free from their
And you frickin' Liberals have done that to us. You know that? This used to be a nice country. It used to be a beautiful place to live. I used to be able to walk down the streets, and I used to be able to walk outside of my door and not have to worry about some fentanyl addict with a knife. You know what? I did a video just the other day. I should actually bring it up here. Just the other day, I did a video right here in my neighborhood where I happened to be riding my bike by, and you guys hate this when I show people what's going on in the neighborhood. But I'll actually show you. I'll bring it up here because I posted it on Facebook. This is how sad it is right here in my neighborhood.
We're sick of the traitors calling us traitors, that's a lie.
This is it here.
Stealing our hard-earned pay while they push their agendas, turning night into day. Beef ranchers and farmers, grain silos stand proud. Oil rigs turning profits under Alberta's cloud. No more begging for ports, landlocked but strong we stand. We'll negotiate our future with the world in our hands.
Alberta freedom.
Ringing loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming.
Okay, here's the bit right here. Here's the bit right here, where I was out in Old Strathcona riding my e-bike, and I come across the cops, right? And like me being me, I'm running my camera all the time. Like it's like I mount my cell phone on my bike. I have a holder there, and I run that camera all the time, right? And this is something that I ran across right here in my neighborhood. It's 3 cops, and they got a guy, and I don't know why they're doing him, but he's sitting there with handcuffs on, so he obviously did something wrong, and they're looking through his bag to see what's in his bag, okay? And yeah, this is it. Going on here in Old Strathcona, right here by Orange Hall, right by the gazebo. And we got some official police business going on here. Ooh, the guy's got a hammer. Holy jeez, they got a weapon. It's a sledgehammer. A pretty big looking hammer there, it looks like. And I don't know what he was actually up to, but
60-year-old Christine Robert crawls into her collapsed tent in the pouring rain to get some milk.
They definitely have a pretty big looking sledgehammer. Well, small handle, shortened handle, but a big sledgehammer. I don't know if you can see it there. Hang on. Let's go right in there. There's the hammer right there. But we're down here, if you know where Orange Hall is, by the gazebo at Old Strathcona on the south side here. You got a guy in handcuffs. Yeah, so what's a guy doing walking around, right? He's obviously some kind of a homeless guy or something. He's got a backpack, and in his backpack, he's got a sledgehammer. Like, really, this is the kind of crap that I have to deal with right here in the neighborhood that I live in, right? And then I wonder, why is my garage getting broken into? Well, why is my shed getting broken into? Why are there bicycles being stolen in the neighborhood all over the place? Like, what is a guy doing with a sledgehammer? Yeah, exactly, Mater. You know, like, what the hell is going on here? Like, these are the kind of guys. Like, you guys think, oh, it's just a homeless guy. Oh, it's just a fentanyl addict bent over. You know, like, don't take pictures of him. You know, like, that's rude for you to take pictures of homeless people or people that are unfortunate or stuff like that. No, these are not just unfortunate people. These are the criminals that are out there on the streets, right? You're not giving them enough money. You're not giving them enough wherewithal. They're having to steal. They're having to break in. They're having to do whatever the hell they can. It's just a big. Those are who the criminals are out there. And you know what? This guy will get arrested for whatever it is that he did. He'll get thrown in the back of a police van, taken over to the jail. He'll be in front of a liberal judge the next day, and the liberal judge will say, "Oh, you were involved in ABC crime. Okay, not a big deal. Appear in court in 6 months, and get out of here. Get back out there in the streets, whatever." That's what'll end up happening, because the justice system is not a justice system in Canada. It's a revolving door. The cops will tell you that. It's a revolving door where you get them into the jail for one day and they're right back out on the street. Nobody ever goes to jail unless you've, killed somebody or knifed somebody or something like that. I had a guy try and knife me one time. I didn't even go to court to testify, right? The guy tried to knife me, and the cops arrested him, and they go, "Oh, well, he's got a rap sheet this long, and he's got, warrants out for his arrest, and blah, 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 blah." And I'm going like, okay, well, if a guy tried to knife me, wouldn't it end up in court? Wouldn't he be in front of a judge? Wouldn't I have to show up as a witness? No, they don't even do, when somebody tries to knife you, nothing happens to the guy. Because it's like, oh, he's got so many other warrants and crap like that out against him that that's the way it is. There. And they're definitely taking him away down here. That's what's happening. Old Strathcona, they got their police van right there, and they're going to load him into the van by the looks of it there. Anyways, that's what's happening down here. Old Strathcona. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what's happening in my neighborhood, in Nehi Nenshi's neighborhood. This is where he runs his show. This is where the NDP run the show. And that's the commie system that's going on down here. Like, I don't like it at all. It's like absolutely crazy. Okay, we're going to bring up our good guest here, Dimebag Darren Coins. If you can come up on panel here, that would be great. Hang on a second here. Just let me invite a guest up here. And I think the best way of doing this is going to be for me to copy this and stand by a half a second, because I have to find you. I know that I got in an inbox. Just let me do a search for you in my inbox. Oops. There you are. Okay, I'm just gonna reply to you if I can here. Hang on. Okay. Oh, hang on. How can I reply? Here we go. Okay, I'm going to send you a link there, Darren. I'm sending you a link, so hopefully you get that link. And the link will allow you to come up on the stream here, and we can somehow bring you up as a guest here. And yeah, hopefully you can be a good co-host on the channel here, and we can talk about Alberta independence. So we'll see whether or not that's possible. If you can, that would be great. I would appreciate that. If you're just watching the program, you're watching the Tommy Temper Show. I'm Tommy Temper, coming to you from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I am pro-independence. And hit that sub button, the subscribe button, if you're just sitting there watching on your couch. We know that probably about 20% of the people watching at any moment in time are not subscribed to the channel. So hit that subscribe button. We always appreciate that. If you're just watching, hit that thumbs up button there as well. We like people to thumbs up the stream as we, I'll look for, let's see, what else did I video in the area here? We'll just show you some of the stuff that I run across here when I'm rolling around. Oh, there's this funny one here. Oh, yeah, this funny one here. Yeah, someone is in the neighborhood. They got this bat in North Edmonton, right? And look, there's some overweight woman on that bat. Oh, she falls down, 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 down. Yeah. So, yeah, don't ride the bat. If you come to Edmonton here, and somebody was in Edmonton there the other day, and I thought maybe this is who it was. I don't know. I didn't actually shoot that. Somebody else did, but that's what happens in Edmonton. That's what we're known for, that kind of stuff. Yeah, let's see what else we had here. See if there's anything else that I videoed that was interesting out here. Oh, yeah, there's this one here where I was out, well, I'm not going to show that one. I was out at this fair type thing, and at the fair, I kind of showed you what the face of people in Edmonton look like here now, and we have absolutely changed. It's not the same city. It's not the same demographic anymore. It is like completely different. The people that are in the city are completely different. And, yeah, well, you know what's going on with that. Oh, here, this is the kind of stuff that that I shoot once in a while. Let me see if I can get a down and out person here. I know there was one of them there where it's a person that was on the ground and not doing that well. Just showing you what it's like. Oh, here. Oh, that one will give me a music strike. Not good. Oh, here's one here. Yeah. It's like here, for example. This is what it's like in downtown Edmonton. Here's downtown Edmonton. So, you know, the government here in Alberta, they're claiming that, you know, they're cleaning up the area. You know what I mean? Cleaning up the area. You know what I mean by that? It's like... they've got this big program on in downtown Edmonton where they're cleaning up the area, right? And they've got more police, more bylaw officers, more sheriffs, or not sheriffs, but whatever, more police type people out in the downtown areas. And they're keeping them out of the area that is right close to City Hall, right? So they walk all around City Hall, and if they see somebody that looks like they're, you know, on drugs, basically they tell them to move along, move along. You know, that's all they do is tell people to move along. So the increased police presence is nothing more than cops telling people to move along, because they never arrest anyone. They never, you know, write a ticket for somebody doing something. I've seen them actually take a can of booze and pour the booze out and then throw the can on the ground and then tell the people to move along, move along. But it is very, very common to see people doing fentanyl, doing the fent bent, and actually passed out on the street like this guy right here. And this is over on 101st Street and about 102nd Avenue. It's not near City Hall, but you'll see stuff like this all over downtown Edmonton. You'll see people passed out. When I go down there e-biking around, I see what's going on. And once in a while, I will video something and post it on Facebook. And people, especially the Liberals, get absolutely butthurt when I post stuff like this. Because, you know, it shows you what's going on in downtown Edmonton. I'm not trying to make fun of the guy that's on the ground, okay? He's on the ground because he's living in an area, a system. Darren, I see you in the back room there in the green room. Hey, good to see you. Fix the camera if you can there. I can see your OSB symbol in there. Or OBS, OSB, OBS. Oh, there you are. Now you're getting it figured out. Yeah. But anyways, people like this are passed out all over downtown. So I don't mean just people doing drugs. Like, I'm not really filming the people that are doing the drugs or videoing the people doing the drugs. Here, I'm showing somebody that did drugs and is actually lying on the street. And there's a guy that came up to him and gives him a shot in the side of Noxolin, you know, the stuff that revives you when you're overdosed on fentanyl, and that doesn't wake him up. And then eventually the resources of the city show up, which is basically the fire department with their backup. Here you can see them showing up to try and help the poor guy. Again, I'm not trying to demean the guy that's lying on the ground. This has nothing to do really with the guy on the ground. It has to do with the way society is and the way that we are living and the things that I see and the things that my children see. And by the way, my kids were with me at this time because they were on their bikes. I was on my bike, where we just happened to see what's going on. We stopped. And this here is like all over the place. You know, I just happened to record this. Are you recording this? Party guys reporting this. Yeah, a little bit of dignity tonight. Yeah, exactly. That's what the guy is saying. He comes up to me and says, "Are you recording this? How about a little bit of dignity?" No, I'm not recording it to try and make fun of the guy on the ground. I don't really care who the guy is on the ground. I don't really care if I see who the guy on the ground is. The point is that you've got these fentanyl addicts out there doing drugs out in the open. Open carry, open drug use, using up the resources. Look at how many people show up there. You've got security guards, you've got bylaws showing up, and then you've got the ambulance shows up. You know, and then of course you get the guys that try and block me from doing the recording, which, hey, I don't have a problem with that. You know, I'm not trying to show the guy. I'm trying to show the incident. It's the incident that I'm trying to show. It's craziness of what's going on out there. Absolute ludicrousy. And we need to put a stop to this. And you know what? We're not going to put a stop to this by way of leaving the Liberal government in power, because it's a Liberal government. It's the Liberals out there in our municipal, the Liberal government federally that's allowing this stuff to happen. They're allowing the open drug use. They're allowing the free small quantities of fentanyl and other absolutely illegal drugs to be used openly in public. And they're allowing this stuff to go and happen. And it is absolutely destroying our cities. Nobody wants to go to downtown Edmonton anymore. Who the hell wants to walk around when you have guys openly doing drugs, carrying sledgehammers in their backpacks? There was another guy running around with a knife. It wasn't a knife, but it was a black instrument that looked like a knife, but it ended up being a spike, like some kind of a railroad spike or something like that, waving the thing around, you know, making everyone afraid. And people are afraid to go downtown. And this is why they're afraid to go downtown. This is, you know, again, I'm not trying to, you know, show the guy's face or show who it was or anything. And by the way, after I videoed this, I talked to the guy and I told him that I videoed it. And I asked him for permission to actually show this video and put it on my Facebook page. So for those of you that are out there, the Liberals that are going, "Oh, what are you doing? out there videoing homeless people or videoing people that are down and out. It's not about the guy that's down and out. It's about society. It's about the way that society is. It's about, look at all of the resources that are being spent right here on this guy that's down, right, because of his using some kind of a drug that is taking him out of service. Like I said, before these guys even showed up, there was another guy that jabbed him with a needle and gave him a shot of whatever it's called, Noxidrol. This guy here from the fire department is preventing me from videoing, which, hey, whatever. If somebody wants, it's a free. Hey, I'm out in public, so if he wants to stand in front of me, hey, he's in public, I'm in public. He can do whatever he wants. But it's a really poor use of fire resources. The guy's probably making $50 an hour to stand in front of me.
Fire rescue is doing is that they're purposely blocking.
Which, hey, I'm not trying to show the guy's face. The guy has a dignity, whatever. I don't want to even show the guy's face on there. The incident is what I'm trying to show. I'm trying to show the misuse and the use of resources and the amount of money that we're spending on stuff like this. And this goes on day after day, hour after hour, month after month, year after year. And it's my tax dollars, it's your tax dollars that are being spent on these guys openly doing drugs all over the place, which is affecting where our dollars are being spent. And this is the liberals that are doing this. This is why Alberta wants independence. We don't want this to be happening. We don't want this to be going on in our streets. We want the open drug use to stop. Stop it. Stop feeding these guys drugs. Stop giving them free drugs. Stop feeding the problem. Solve the problem, get some places for these people to be living and getting some rehabilitation, and get them off of our streets so that people feel safe walking on our streets again. And we don't have to worry about guys waving knives and stakes and hammers and crap like that all over the place. It's ridiculous. But no, this is where we're at here right now. I can't even be in public with my little video camera. And they're acting like I'm live or something like that or whatever. I don't really give a shit who the guy is, right? And I feel sorry for the guy that he is into drugs and living out on the street. But what the funny part of this is that right after this happened, and this is only half of the video here, by the way. At the end of the video, the cops and the fire rescue and the ambulance and that all take off. And the guy is still sitting out there on the street, right? In fact, I'll keep playing it here and I'll let you see. Because this goes on for a long time here. They all take off and they leave me with the guy out on the street. And he's still on the ground right there in that same spot. He's revived, okay? And he's sitting up and he talks to me, right? He talks to me, and it's like they just leave him there and they take off over to do the next rescue, whatever. And he's revived, and he's talking to me like he's a normal guy. He doesn't even appear to be drugged up at that point. He's like the jab that they gave him woke him up, whatever. And you know where he ends up going? He ends up walking over around the corner to where all of the fentanyl addicts are that are all doing the fent bend, and he goes right back over to them to probably do more drugs. Like that's how bad it is, really, honestly. It's terrible. Okay, I'm going to stop this bit here because we have our guest Dimebag Darren in the back here, and we will bring him up and get his take on what's going on with society. And let's see if we can bring this one up here. Here's Dimebag Darren. He's offline right now, but hey, he's actually online. There he is. Hang on. Let me just fix this up a little bit here, Darren. I will just get this one here removed from scene, and then we'll bring you into the scene.
There we go.
I'm running a different bit of software here, so we will just size you up there so that you look about the same size as me. Oops.
Beautiful.
Like that. Darren, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Not too bad at all.
I don't hear any audio. For a radio DJ type guy.
No audio.
Hang on. I can see your audio thing going up and down, but I don't hear you.
Audio should be stream mix A. I'm seeing levels.
Let me figure out why.
Why aren't you hearing me, Tommy?
Oh,
Tommy, can't you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see you in there. I just can't hear you in my headset here, so I think it might be
check
on my
1 2, check 1 3, check 1 4.
Go into my sound
Tommy, can you hear me? Can you hear me singing? Tommy, can you see me?
Oh, hang on.
Can you see me singing? Tommy, can you see me?
Stand by. Technical difficulty.
Tommy, can you see me? Can you see me singing?
Why do I not hear you?
Tommy, can you hear me? Can you hear me singing? Tommy, 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 Tommy. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy's not a commie. Hello, everyone.
Let me feed you into my headphones.
Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. He can't hear, but maybe you guys can. I didn't think of that. Could be that you guys are actually hearing me.
I can't hear you.
What about the crowd?
Oh, I hate it when stuff like this happens. I know I can see your audio.
Can you see me? Really, Darren?
Going up and down, so I know you've got
Darren
audio.
louder than Tommy for sure. Oh, okay.
For whatever reason, I can't hear you in my headphones, which is
that's weird.
Very, very irritating.
Sorry, I didn't realize you guys were hearing me. All right. Well, Tommy's pretty awesome. You see, they were offering that guy his dignity, and if he wanted it, they would have dignitied him right all the way to a maid.
Put me in here.
We'll give you a maid to preserve your dignity. He doesn't hear me.
Not even working there. I'm using this new browser.
But you both hear me.
Brave browser.
Brave.
And in the Brave browser, I've got the
all right
headphone thing connected up here.
My face looks so pale. I'll work on my color in the meanwhile.
Hang on.
Maybe I could red up a little.
Well, that's irritating. I don't like that. Hang on. Let me try my very last thing, which is to reboot here. Reboot my page here.
So that's a good idea.
Stay with it.
I'll stay with it. Here. Hi, everyone. Okay, we sort of try to cast a little bit more of a red light my way. So I don't look so GD pale. That would be that one. Oh, well. Well, welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming by to the Tommy Temper Show. Of course, Tommy can carry the show on his own and has been doing a great job providing us with entertainment up till now. But now we're struggling with technology, which is, of course, the best way to deal with technology. Struggle till you get it right. I know I'm sending signal in because you can hear me
moving up and down,
and I know that Tommy can't.
But I cannot.
The little level meter, little
thing ever.
Little level meter tells me I can be heard by you, and of course, you guys have been telling me that too. I'm not that.
Maybe I'll just
political. Usually,
I'll just leave the stream and leave you as the host of the stream, and
sure.
I'll leave you on here from now until 3:00. Can you handle it yourself?
Sure. Yes, I can.
And I'll just listen to you here. Hang on. Let's go move over to this one here. Let me see if I can bring you up here.
Dimebag Darren, of course, we are into coins, Canadian coins, and we also... we're gone now.
Okay, I'll leave you up to talk. I'll leave you up to talk about Alberta independence for a bit, and then I'll come back, okay? If I can figure this out.
Well, I'm into coins and music, but...
I've got you on my browser.
The thing is, I live in Alberta.
Browser, but I can't I can't hear anything.
Born in
you're saying,
Winnipeg.
but I think you're coming through. I'm going to listen.
Moved to British Columbia, lived there most of my life, know what it's like there. It isn't good. Moved to Alberta because it was affordable and because I've lived in Alberta previously and I knew it was a great place to be. I actually lived in Edmonton before, about 20 years ago. When I was bringing pagers to the town, before the days of cellular phone, I sold pagers at the Jasper building there on Jasper Ave, the first Edmonton place. So if you ever got a pager off me back in the day, yes, you're welcome and sorry, or whatever thing you expect from me, you're welcome. Welcome to, of course, the way Edmonton is, Tommy goes mobile. I got to say, I live in Northeast Edmonton, and there's literally no reason to go downtown, so I don't. I drive through it, maybe, sometimes, sort of, kind of, but unless I have to pick something up off of Craigslist or something like that. Oh, yeah, no, I sold alphanumeric pagers. I sold them all. Right from the initial beeper, which came in the form of a big, ugly box, and then we actually had them in the shape of a pen, little pen. It wasn't round. It was kind of square, but it was a long pen. We had them all, actually, because I worked for Motorola Canada. So if you know, I had more than just Motorola pagers available, but I had all the Motorola pagers available. But of course, Motorola shortly thereafter came out with cell phones, and most business guys wanted to get their incoming calls on their pager and decide when they wanted to call people back. You know what? In boxes around my house, there are old cell phones from back in the day, but I didn't think to try to keep a collection. I mean, I had all of them, basically. But what's more important here is Alberta and what's going to happen with it. We got double-crossed, folks. I didn't put my name to the paper thinking that we were going to have to vote again, and I really do feel double-crossed. And we'll deal with Danielle when the time is right, but for now, as people, what can we do? And I think all we can really do is talk to one another, and if there's somebody who doesn't see the benefit, try to show it to them, but it's between now and, of course, when we get a chance to vote properly. And I say vote properly, that means vote for separation, not vote to vote for voting on a voting day, some voting time, some other vote, blah, blah, blah. Ugh, crazy. What I've got is CB radios. I got CB radios. I got my handheld walkie-talkie with the microphone that plugs in. I got 2 or 3 mobiles, a base station. Yeah. Ontario paid the bills for Canada for many years. Really? What years were those? Yeah, no. Ontario is going to die without Alberta. If Alberta were to separate and Eastern Canada were to lose $40 billion annually, they will not be able to make that up. They can't currently balance the books. So what does that mean for Eastern Canada? They're in a very desperate state. It won't be Alberta joining the USA because it will be able to stand on its own financially. It will be what's left of Laurentian Canada begging to join the USA. All those really small states, New Hampshire and whatnot, they'll be happy to have a little more islands and land on that side. But it won't be Alberta begging. And as for British Columbia, well, if you were to carve it out a little bit, there's only Greater Vancouver and maybe one other spot that wouldn't come along with Alberta. So in a vote of their province, that is British Columbia, we could probably get them to come along. And if we did, there'd probably be a mass exodus from British Columbia to other places, let's just say. Please subscribe to the backup channel, all right? That's PressPad. If you didn't know PressPad, there's only a few subscribers there, so please take a moment to buzz on over to PressPad and click on the like. You know, Tommy, he's going to say something one day that's going to piss somebody off. So they'll access channel and you're going to want to know where to be. Your code was 007. 911-14-007. Oh, with your alphanumeric pager. Well, I worked for a company called Telelink, and Telelink was a little different. You had your own phone number, and when you phoned, you would speak your message. That message, then you'd hang up. That message was instantly relayed to an operator who could replay that message for themselves as many times as they needed to. They would transcribe the alphanumeric and send it out. So you could review the actual voice message if you wanted to. That was still stored, but you received an alphanumeric message of the call. So that's what we did. We were on sort of cutting edge. We had another service called Telelink, and Telelink was the company that we broke across Canada. Telelink, you had 2 phone numbers. When you called my main number, the number I would give out to people, the number on my business card, you would hear me answer and say, "Hi, thanks for reaching blah, blah, blah. Please stay on the line. I'm coming to the phone as we speak and should join you on the line shortly." And because it was just a beeper that I carried, that page could go out as a priority page. So I've already been beeped when you're starting to hear the outgoing message. And I make my way to the nearest phone. I dial the matching phone number. You get 2 phone numbers. One's for incoming. The second one is the number you call to connect. So you call that number and then you say, "Hey, sorry for keeping you waiting. How can I help you?" It's Darren. So that was Telelink, and we sold that for a while. But yeah, you're right. Cell phones came in, and that was that. Tommy, can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking?
Yeah,
Beauty.
we're back again. Yep. I finally figured it out. I rebooted my computer, but I didn't have to reboot my computer, and I figured out that it was the on this particular app that I'm using. I had somehow it changed on me. I had it set up so that I'm monitoring the audio on cable A, and it changed to some random thing that had nothing to do with cable A. So the software itself changed it on me and screw up. But yeah.
Well, when you said you couldn't hear me, that's the first thing I checked. I went, did this thing change it on me again? Because I had that happen to me before too.
Well, like I thought, because I've just changed over where I'm using on this app, I'm using a new browser called
Brave.
Brave, yeah. It's because I was having an echo problem when I had it connected up to the Google Chrome, right? So because when I want to play something that is like the stuff that I was playing earlier, it would backfeed and give me a loop. So I ended up putting this on Brave, and I thought, it had something to do with Brave and how I was monitoring the audio from Brave over to the voice meter banana, and then that's what feeds into my headphones is the voice meter banana. But anyways, technical crap that nobody wants to hear about.
And we scare them away with that. We've already proven that in the previous stream.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Was talking about Edmonton and how I stay out of downtown. There's no reason to go there, so I basically avoid it. There's just no reason. And what else?
Well, there's a lot of people that don't go downtown, and it's because of the people that are like lying on the streets, just like I showed you in that video, And it's funny because I will take pictures of stuff like that, of why people don't go downtown, and show people why and what is so bad about downtown, and then people vilify me as being the bad guy, like, oh, what are you doing? You're taking advantage of homeless people, or you're trying to do stuff, make money or something off of doing a video of something down there. No, I'm just trying to show how bad it is downtown, and if you don't show people why things are bad and why people aren't going downtown, then you're not going to get the people at City Hall to start doing something about it. You need to make change, and the only way that you can make change is to show people how bad it is, in my mind.
I think you're right there. And when you get the same guy who's like, "Oh, why don't you give this guy his dignity?" And then the same situation, he'll walk up and say, "Hey man, it's hard on the streets. We know. Maybe you haven't heard of the MAID program, for your dignity, Maybe you want to die with dignity too. Maybe you want to keep that dignity. Maybe that dignity is the most important thing. Maybe that's what's important. So you wouldn't want to live without your dignity, right?
That's about
Right?
it.
What an idiot.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
I
I
mean-
know. It's like, don't, and I've seen that happen. Like even the time when I was talking earlier about the time when some native guy with a knife tried knifing me one day, running around the whole area, whatever, and then he tries to knife me, and luckily I got away from him. And then the cops eventually caught him, and they handcuffed him, and they put him down on the ground, before the paddy wagon showed up. And some liberal woman comes up and goes, "Oh, you're mistreating him. Why are you mistreating him by keeping him handcuffed out on the ground?" And she's trying to stick up for the bad guy.
Attempted murder,
you see
ma'am.
this all the time where people are like so liberal out there, or that I post something like that on the internet, and the number of hate comments that I get, it's like, "Tommy, you better look behind your back, when you're walking around there downtown, because one of these days someone's going to do you in for doing the stuff that you do out there."
Tommy,
it's
none
just
of those
ridiculous
guys
out
doing the fentanyl bent have YouTube, so they don't know who you are. They're not going to know you. It's just a liberal guy. That's the only guy. It's just I watched this one fellow. He dressed up in just a comical Mexican outfit, sombrero, serape, pasted on a mustache, and then asked just everybody he could, what they thought of it. And it was, "Oh, you're expropriating their culture," until he got to people who were Mexican, and every single one of them loved it.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. You're mad
There's
for
always
me?
two sides to every story.
We worry about really stupid stuff while people who really do need a bit of help, they don't get the help. Standing in front of a camera doesn't help. Giving him that shot, although you probably saved his life at that moment, whoever gave the shot, in the end, like you say, the real help, it disappears. Once you're back to breathing, "Oh, he's not dead. Away we go. We got to try to save another one." But nobody stops him from going back around the corner to get more. And not even stop him, because you can't stop a man from killing himself. But, is there not somebody at that point the support is moral at that point, He has nobody else to talk to. There's nobody else there for him. And he's going to turn back to what's tried and true. And that is, a moment ago, I was happy, or, basically right out of it, but that's happiness when you have nothing else, I guess. Too bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Too easy to
I'm
find.
Just, trying to come up with some questions here to ask you about Alberta independence, because that's kind of the topic here, where we're talking about Alberta independence. I know that a good guy on the internet, I don't know if you follow Unacceptable Fringe.
Oh, yeah, of
but
course.
He's having
I should be
on
wearing my
Wednesday.
sweater from. He's one of the only guys I have a little merch from. But
Yeah, well, he's got on Wednesday. He's been kind of promoting a thing on Wednesday that he's promoting about people that, like you and I, that are on the internet and that are promoting Alberta independence. Influencers, I guess he's calling them.
not me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you are, whether you like it or not. We're all influencers.
Well,
to some
honestly,
degree.
it's all we can do right now. Again, there's no vote to do today. There's nothing else. It's just influencing those that, and I do want to influence you. I want to influence you to think it over. I don't want to influence you to do the thing I'm doing. I do care. I'm going to tell. I'm not going to gaslight. I don't care what you. I do care what you do. I need you to choose the best for you, which I think is the thing I'm thinking of, and I think you'll think it's the thing for you if you think it through. We're not going to get anywhere in Canada. We're done. The 70% of the provinces, 50% of the vote. There's no reforming the system we're in. If it takes 2 votes, 3 votes, however many votes, it's worth it. It's worth it to keep bashing our head against the wall until the wall gives in. The wall has to give in eventually.
Yep. That's the time. That's what's come here now.
Speak to your friends that, don't accept it. Speak to your friends, but don't push them, like put your ideas out there. And when they crap on you, smile and let it be. Don't lose a friendship over it. We don't do what they do. We don't go to violence when they don't listen. If you can't get through to them, you don't call them names. You don't become vulgar.
Well,
you don't lower yourself.
But not from our side. From our side, we're like being cool,
Take
calm,
the high
and
road.
collected, and the other side is starting to go a little bit berserk. But anyways, getting back to the thing with unacceptable fringe. He's got something going on Wednesday. I'm not sure what it is that's going on. But he says that he's got a whole bunch of influencers that are going to be rallying the forces together and doing something. And I've tried to contact him. I've emailed him, saying, hey, I'm an influencer, trying to, rally the forces together or trying to help out. And if I can help you out anyway, let me know what's going on. And I don't know if he has people coming onto his show or if everybody is going to go live on Wednesday and we're all going to do our thing. We're going to try and find out what's going on there. The other thing is that I would like you to be able to, because the way this software works, and you can do a little bit of research on it. I'm using EV Mux here.
I use it
the
sometimes.
Way that I can stream to your channel, or that we can stream this out to your channel right now, is for you to give me a URL and a stream key, right? And you need to get that URL and stream key from your stream in order to, or from your channel rather, and give that to me, and then I can load it onto my system and add you as another channel on my system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can actually grab it from OBS as well and just stream it off of OBS. So
yeah, do that.
I have ways.
Yeah, do it that way. Do it like actually stream over to your channel there. Number one, it gives you more content on your channel, and number two, it gives more relevance, more eyes on the Alberta independence thing. For example, you're going to have people that watch your channel that don't watch my channel that are going to be able to find out more about what we're talking about here. So yeah, take the time to do that at the moment. I've been out, like rallying the forces. I know that on the weekend there was some big things happening in Calgary and Edmonton. There were some flag waves. There was convoys going out. There were people that were standing on overpasses in both Calgary and Edmonton, waving flags. There were an awful lot of people, pushing the agenda, trying to get more people on board. I'm actually, of the ilk that I originally when the premier of the province, Danielle Smith, said that we're going to have a referendum to have a referendum, that when I originally heard that as being this is what we're going to vote on in October the 19th, is we're going to vote to have a referendum, or there's going to be a referendum to have a referendum. That seems like a bit of a misnomer, or it doesn't make sense, or whatever. But she was forced to do something, and she couldn't put on the ballot that we are going to actually have a referendum because it's tied up in the court system, right? And she's not going to overrule the court system, even though you and I probably both believe that the court is wrong with their ruling, having a liberal judge in there say that we have to have the Aboriginal people, the chiefs, have to be, part of the whole thing, and we have to go over and talk to them about it and converse with them about it. Now, we don't need their approval. We just have to talk to them, apparently. But apparently, nobody talked to them. But I think that I heard Mitch Sylvester say that he wanted to have a roundtable with the chiefs. He emailed all of the chiefs in the area, in the province, to have a sit down with them and to talk to them, and not one of them showed up. I don't know if you heard that happening, but he tried to talk to them, and they didn't show up. So that's, the whole thing. And now, so they run to the court system and go, oh, they didn't consult with us. Yeah, well, they definitely, Stay Free tried to consult with them, and they basically snubbed Stay Free and didn't want to talk to him at all. So that's where we're at with the whole thing. And now it's tied up in the court system. And now we're moving to this vote thing. Now, that being said, myself, I look at advertising, right? And what we're getting now is we're getting the mainstream media involved in this whole thing. And the whole movement of Alberta independence is getting an absolute humongous amount of free advertising because everybody is talking about it, and that's what we want. You can't buy this kind of advertising, right? And for Stay Free to say, hey, let's open up an office and try and get people to donate and try and do something with donations to try and talk about this and try and get more people to find out about this. Sure, you can do that, but when you have the mainstream media talking about this, even though it's mostly negative, because they're not on our side, they're on the side of the Alberta Canadian people that want us to stay in Canada. But still, it's getting the word out there that Alberta wants independence, Alberta wants separation, and you're seeing it all over. Like, I open up my Twitter, my X, and that's all I see is story after story after story about this whole thing popping in there. Now, of course, I'm, you're on that agenda and you're looking for stuff like that, and X knows that you're looking for that, and they feed you stuff that you're interested in. So that's to be expected. But it's big and it's out there, and that's why I'm out here talking about it, hoping that other people can get involved. I know we've got people on X watching the program here right now. We've got people on my channel watching right now, as well as I've got 3 other channels that were on YouTube that we're broadcasting this out to, as well as Kick and on Twitch. So we know that we've got people watching on all of those different formats there. And we know that people watch this after we're not live anymore. When we are all finished up and done, you get people that watch the rebroadcast, or the replay or whatever. People that are working here during the middle of the day, they can't watch right now, but they watch later. So, the numbers end up being quite large. And I was surprised because I went over to one of my channels, which is, I think it was... I forget the name of the channel there, but I went over there and watched, and there were like, 2,000 people that watched on one of my other channels after it was already done. So people are watching all over the place, and we like to have eyes and ears. And did you get that going on your OBS?
I believe I have. I would double check generally, but
yeah, pull up your phone there and see if you're live on the phone or something.
Yeah, I tell you, anybody who does this, that's exactly what you should do when you think you're live.
Also, you might want to. Actually, no. I don't really want to bring more guests up on here because we're talking specifically about Alberta independence. So that's why I kind of brought you up here, because I know you're, going to stick with the topic here and not go off into why Trump is in the Middle East or whatever. But sounded good. But anyways, you check her out there. Let me know, and then I'll ask you a few questions about independence here and see what your off-the-cuff responses are. So that's good. Looking good. Let me play a little bit of music in the interlude here. As we check and get things all sorted out. Are we live?
In the shadow of the Rockies, where the wild
And the time is 1:05 here, Mountain Daylight Time in Alberta.
Tired of the status quo. Oil sands pumping black gold, beef on the grill so fine. Grain fields waving golden.
That's right. We're eating cat food here.
But Ottawa's taking our billions.
Ottawa's taking everything from us.
While we shoulder the blame. No more pipelines blocked. No more carbon tax change. We're done with the feds breaking free from their reins.
Alberta freedom.
Ringing loud
There you go. It's karaoke time, Darren.
Independence coming through. No more woke liberalism. Stealing our way of life.
Oh, yeah.
Albertans stand tall. Cutting loose.
Yeah, check out Darren's channel there, though. He does some karaoke over there, too. Or some live stuff over there.
Freedom for our families with a rifle in hand.
Alberta freedom.
Let the anthems roll. We're building
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Oh, yeah. Forevermore.
from the prairie to the peaks where the eagles soar high. We're sick of the traitors calling us traitors. That's a lie.
Yeah, you should be able to pick up this feed on your OBS and then go straight out on your ABS right to your channel.
Yeah, you would think.
Oh, you'd think, yeah. Easier said than done.
Yeah, it's doing a funny thing that I don't understand right now. I can get my own voice isolated real easily, but I'm not getting you.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you should be able to pull it right from my channel, like do a screen capture of my channel, and that's where you pull the audio and the video from my channel.
Well, I got
That's
the
where you gotta
video.
pull it
It's
from.
just the audio, and of course,
You
I
might
got
be-
different audio equipment behind it all too. So that's where it's a
Yeah,
little bit
I know.
different.
Yeah, and I don't know if you use audio cables and stuff like that
No.
too. Oh, that's right. You're using that program. I remember you showing us there the other day when Fry was on there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that isn't working properly, but that's exactly where I'd expect to get it. But if I unmute it, all I hear is a bunch of crackling.
Yeah, we don't want crime to be legal, but that's what the liberals are doing. Is they're almost making crime legal by not incarcerating the people that do crime. They just claim it's a revolving door where you arrest somebody. He goes in front of a liberal judge. The liberal judge says, "Oh, okay," lets him back out on the street and says, "Yeah, see us in court in a year or 6 months or something like that." And meanwhile, the guy does even more crime when he's out on the street again. That's the problem. And it's killing society. It's killing our way of life. I'm sick and tired of it. Partabonza. Amen.
Beef herds grazing free.
Elsie, good to see
Oil
you.
sands fueling futures as far as the eye can
Super Salty in the house. Hey, Super.
Albertans first.
What crime has been made illegal? And if a crime was made legal, then technically it's not a crime. Yeah,
Broken confederation.
not a crime.
Freedom's our birthright, our declaration.
It's a crime out there in the real world.
Loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming.
Yoo-hoo. Yeah, I think what I want to do is I want to bring you on as a, what would you call it, co-moderator on the stream. You know what I mean? So that you can bring up comments and stuff like that. For example, we got Al Munson here, right here with this one here, so that we can both bring up a comment or something like that, and basically control the stream. Like that, right there. What's that comment right there? Okay, it's okay, Tommy. Queen Danny, what pumping? What the heck was that there now? Scroll to off my screen. Into the Alberta recovery model. Edmonton's social issues will be solved in 30 days once implemented. Yeah, exactly. No, it's not. You see, the federal or the provincial government can only do so much. Okay. the provincial government doesn't have money. You have to understand that, because we send all of our money to Ottawa. We operate on a deficit, a $9 billion deficit. We don't have money to do dick all in the province here. That's what the problem is, Pooh Scissors. And the most of the problems that we're having in the province here are actually caused by the federal government. The number one problem is mass immigration. Okay, mass immigration is causing us major constraints on our healthcare system, on our school system, on our housing, on, just look at how many people are running to the food banks, okay? And those aren't the newcomers that are running. Yeah, actually, the newcomers are running to the food banks because they're so smart, they're getting enough money to buy stuff, but yet they run to the food banks as well so that they can use their extra money to lease brand new cars and stuff like that, and run to the food bank because they're like, oh, look it, come to Canada and we can get free food, free everything down here, free money, free food, free housing, free everything, so they just take advantage of everything. Meanwhile, there's not enough food for the people that are living out on the streets, so mass immigration is a big problem. And then that's a liberal thing. It's not a provincial thing. And people don't, there's people out there that argue about this all the time, that they seem to think that mass immigration is a federal problem and that it's something that I can solve here sitting in Edmonton, or that Danielle Smith can solve sitting in the legislative building in Edmonton. No, they can't solve that problem. That's a federal problem. That's the federal government that's brought in so many people, and we're try going to the hospital. Go take a walk over to the Pooh Scissors. Go take a walk over to the University Hospital and go and see what it looks like in there. See who's sitting in there, who's waiting for services, and why we're waiting 12 hours to see a doctor at the hospital. Go over there and see. Open your eyes. Go over there and open your eyes and see what's going on. Right? Go over to your Costco store. See who's over in the Costco store. See who's shopping. See where those people came from. See who those people are. Right? And then you'll say to yourself, yeah, well, it might be mass immigration. It just might be that. Like, don't fool yourself. I was at a fair the other day in Mill Woods, right? Albeit Mill Woods. And I would say that it was probably 95% newcomers that were there. Really, honestly. Watch my video over at the fair there, where I shoot the video and I rotate around and I show you who all is there. Like, it was like all newcomers, like really unbelievable what's going on there. So mass immigration is a huge problem in our country. And that's one of the reasons that Alberta wants independence, is so that we can control what's happening with the people that are coming into our country. Right now, Alberta can't control that, right? It's the federal government that brings all the people in. And then the people go, well, where are the jobs in Canada? I can't find the job in Ontario. I can't find the job in Quebec. I can't find the job in the Maritimes. Where are all the jobs? And people go, ding, 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 the jobs are in Alberta. So where do people come? They all flock into Alberta here, right? And take up all the jobs that we have. And all of a sudden, there's way more people than there are jobs. And that's what's going on here. And same thing with housing. They're eating up all the housing in here, and you see people living out on the streets. Go over, Pooh Scissors, go over to the Hope Mission area there, around just north of City Hall. Go over there. Go drive your car around there a little bit and take a look. You will see, I just did a quick count. I counted over 500 people doing the Fent Bent, hanging out outside of all of those different Hope Mission places out there. They don't have a place to live. They don't have food. They don't have anything. They're just living off the land. They're just tweaking out on the streets out there. Over 500 people that I counted out on the streets, looking for a place to live and some vengeance of anything. And why are there 500 people in downtown Edmonton right there at that location? And meanwhile, I didn't see any newcomers out there. No newcomers. No, it's all traditional Canadians that were probably born in Canada that are out there tweaking to death out there. It's unbelievable. That's what we have to solve. And Canada is not doing one thing to solve that problem whatsoever. They're the cause of the problems, right? They're causing the strife. They're causing the homelessness. They're causing the drug addiction. They're causing what we see out there on the streets. And they're siphoning literally billions of dollars from our province here so that we can't even do anything about it. We're stifled because we don't have the money to do anything about it. We don't have money to spend on more doctors, more nurses, more hospitals, more healthcare, right? We're sending all of our money, not all of our money, but a lot of our money, our excess money, to Ottawa and over to Quebec, mostly Quebec. Quebec is the one province that's really benefiting enough. And you want to know why Quebec is benefiting? I think it's because they threatened to separate from Canada. And their threatening to separate from Canada has mean that Ottawa has bent over backwards and said, here, don't leave. We'll give you a whole bunch of Alberta's money. We'll give it mostly to you, Quebec, so you don't leave, right? And meanwhile, over in Quebec, if you talk to the people in Quebec, they're like, fuck you, Alberta. We don't need your bloody money. We don't care what you do. Your dirty oil, and and that's what the average Quebecer thinks. Even though they're taking a ton of our money, they're like they're spit in our face is what it's all about. So honestly, we shouldn't be giving them any of our money. Let's just keep it in Alberta so that we can do better for the citizens here. And you guys over in Quebec, figure out your own resources, dig your own resources out of the ground. Get your own oil out of the ground, mine your own crap, whatever, build your own widgets or whatever you're doing, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and be a successful province instead of going, oh, we're a have-not province and we need billions of Alberta money to survive. It's ridiculous. Go ahead.
The more people are allowed to be different than other people, the more differences that there are, the more things, that the division, that's where it starts. I think with the immigration, I thought about this for a while, and I really think the issue with the immigration is the languages. If you could get to know people, you can get to love most people. Most people are, when you get to know one another, like soldiers, they fight against each other on the battlefield, but if there's ever you've heard those stories of different times when there was a ceasefire and soldiers from two sides realized that they're soldiers and they're fighting, but now they're not fighting. Like there's a time for war, there's a time for peace. When people come to our country and they don't speak English and have no interest in learning it, they are going to stay with the group they know and they can speak to, and they never will vary from there. So you will never get to know them. They never get to know you, and the division, it's cemented in place. That's, I think, if we were going to have any kind of level of immigration, it's the language that has to be dealt with so that everybody can start on an even footing from the point of view of even being able to understand one another. With no understanding in language, there's no other understanding you're going to get to. Once you can't conversate, once you can't share ideas, once you can't share anything, basically, you're already done. Now, have we let in way too many? Yeah. And why did we do that? Of course, because they're going to vote Liberal, because the other side is about shutting things down, closing things down, same way as our media is paid for. So much money goes to them. And what do we say? We don't say, oh, we'll look at possibly the proper funding of the media. We don't say that. We say, we're going to shut them down. We're going to close them out. We're going to take all their money. Well, they'll definitely, work against that. If we had been a little bit, thinking ahead a little bit, saying, we'll look at that when the time comes. You don't necessarily want to show your cards and get all the media against you, but it's a well-known fact that the conservative side would want to defund the CBC, and there's no need. Give me a television station. Let me run it. I'll see what I can do about making it profitable. I don't, what a resource to have to also be, covered by the government. But they're paid for.
Funny that you mentioned the CBC, because I I boycott CBC television. I really don't watch.
There's nothing to watch.
Except once in a while, I'll watch a clip that somebody else puts on X or something like that. But CBC Radio, I have a chance to listen to that when I drive between Sylvan Lake and Edmonton. I purposely listen to CBC in order to find out what the hell are they talking about, and are they really providing us some programming that is of benefit to all Canadians. And 99% of the time, their programming is slanted towards the LGBTQ community, slanted towards towards the two-spirit native thing, that kind of thing. It's like, it's not just a normal native person, but it's an LGBTQ native person, or a queer story, or about a grandmother that's 70 years old that has got a gigolo that is getting a gigolo services or something like that on Mother's Day. I had to listen to a story like that on Mother's Day. Or a year ago on Mother's Day, I had to listen to a story about a queer person. You know what I mean? Like, come on. It's just the most ridiculous stuff out there. It's like they're leftist agenda-driven programming is just the most bizarre stuff ever. CBC television has got commercials. Any commercial television station, lives off of that advertising. But no, they need $1.5 billion of my money, of your money, of taxpayers' money for those services to survive. They can do advertising on CBC radio. They don't put any advertising on there at all. And, they claim that their programming is for all Canadians, but yet they never ever have anybody on there that's a regular Canadian person with some kind of Canadian programming. It's always some kind of agenda-driven crap, or they're bashing Trump, they're bashing the Republicans in the States, they're bashing Pierre Poilievre. It's all about the Liberals. It's liberal programming. It's a liberal mouthpiece. Even it's so biased that it's unbelievable, and how they can get away with being so biased and but yet take the money from people like me that are not liberal. I don't care if you want to take liberal money for your program. Okay, fine. But when you take my money from a conservative person and then refuse to put conservative programming on there, that's a disservice to everybody in Canada.
They love our milk and honey. There's no way to reform the media either at this point. I don't really worry about that. I try to look at something I can affect. And so before a vote, I'm very vocal because we're going to vote. When we're not going to vote, that's different. Now we're voting for a vote. I'm going to be vocal again among those people I think are undecided, to try to help them, try to steer them, try to educate them, do what I can. But
why should Alberta continue sending billions in equalization payments to Ottawa while facing chronic underfunding for its own infrastructure and services?
Because we're good people. There's no good reason. You're right about Quebec, though. I mean, they put themselves in a position to get special consideration. They got it. I mean, it's not just every little thing. Like, if you heard there was a new car plant coming to Canada, let's say Tesla is going to open up in Canada. Where are they opening? Are they opening in Alberta? No, because the government's been speaking to them. They're going to get special incentives to open. Where? Ontario, somewhere. Whenever there's a big announcement of money going into industry, I don't notice it ever having anything to do with us out here. And, that's part of it. You just keep an eye on that. But there's just no way to resolve a reformation of the current system. Quebec got that wonderful veto. I don't know how that works exactly, but I mean, that's a killer. That's a killer there. If they literally can veto anything that we would want to do, they will never let us go.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what we have to realize. As long as there's an actual veto, they would never let us go. willingly. Never. Why would you kill the fatted calf? I mean, we're spitting out golden eggs every year. You don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg. You don't. But the goose may run away.
Yeah. You know what? Alberta's economy is built on responsible resource development. You know, we all know that. But why should we remain chained to a federal government that's repeatedly, killing pipelines, imposing carbon taxes on us, bringing in this carbon capture stuff? Like, why should we be part of that?
Well, never changed since day one. The legislators that set up the addition of Alberta back when stated things like Alberta would be opened up for the benefit of the East. That has never, ever changed. And, they don't go around saying it every year to remind us, but it was said more than once. And that's the process we've been under ever since. We are here for the benefit of the East. Not interested.
Exactly. I see that one there. Question for the mods. No, we do not make fun of how Charlie Kirk died here at all. This is like, I actually went to the Charlie Kirk vigil here in Edmonton, and I don't think that he was a right winger in the States, and he basically went to universities and that, and ask questions. He accepted the answers that people were giving to the questions, and he was just basically about talking to people. But apparently you can't do that anymore in the States. Hey, what about how long will Alberta tolerate equalization payments that treat our province like an ATM for the rest of Canada, while our own infrastructure, hospitals, schools, and things like that are underfunded? How long are we going to tolerate that?
Until we separate. We don't have a choice. It's not like you can suddenly stop giving them the money. They take it.
And like I was talking about immigration there a minute ago, doesn't Alberta deserve full control over its own immigration policy instead of being forced to accept Ottawa's decision that doesn't match our own labor needs?
I don't think they take this into consideration at all. Not labor needs, but nothing else either. I mean, it really isn't about what we need or want. Labor needs, human needs. It really, we're sending money out of country elsewhere when Edmonton looks like it does. I fled Vancouver. You think Edmonton looks bad? Let's go to Maine and Hastings, which nobody in Vancouver calls Maine and Hastings. We call it Pain and Wastings.
Yeah. I went there to Hastings Street. I was in a car, and we parked on the side of the road. And quite honestly, as we were sitting there, when we were only there for about 15 minutes, some crazy person, because you've got all those fentanyl addicts and crazies out there, some crazy person starts running around like crazy, and then comes over to our car and starts beating on the windows like crazy, like, trying to terrorize it. I wasn't even walking down. I wouldn't even want to walk down the street there. Never mind being inside of a closed car. And just basically trying to terrorize us in the car. I couldn't believe how bad. And it was just block after block after block after block of people just tweaking out there on the streets, doing the fent bent and, trying to look like they're trying to sell stuff like cell phone chargers and stuff like that. And
BC's the worst because of the way they deregulated. They had the big experiment downtown and gave everybody whatever drugs they wanted or whatever they did.
Absolute craziness. If anyone in the chat has any questions for us, ask us some questions here. What about if Quebec can threaten separation and receive special treatment? Why shouldn't Alberta demand the same respect or simply leave?
That's what I've always said too. I mean, it has simply come down to if, we didn't, I was here. I lived through the whole Quebec thing and nobody ever said, they can't do it. They can't do it. No, they didn't leave because they didn't get the percentage they needed. That was the only thing that kept them. That's what we knew and acknowledged, bottom line. But when it comes to, well, I guess I got to say they were right too. People I knew said, they'll find a way to stop you. Well, I guess they did, for now. But it's not going to last. It's just a speed bump. It's unfortunate because I was hoping for a smooth and trouble-free road. But what the hell was I thinking? Truly. I mean...
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going through a few questions here that are popping up here. Why wouldn't Alberta be better off keeping 100% of its own tax dollars instead of losing them to a bloated federal bureaucracy?
And the thing is, too, if there had been something a little less onerous, like if the numbers are anything like what people have said, if we're losing 40B with $1 billion, maybe it just took a little much. Maybe if you had taken something less, we would have, you turned the heat up on the frog too quickly, is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't boil the frog right away. The heat must rise slowly. And if you get to the point where the frog notices, it might jump. You greedy bastards turned up the heat way too high, and the frog is done. We're leaving. We're jumping. Jump. Everybody jump.
Why would Alberta risk losing seamless access to the entire Canadian market for its goods, services, and energy if it left the Confederation?
I don't think there's any chance we would lose. Bottom line is Canada, whatever's left of it, whatever that looks like, will need energy. They're going to buy it on the global market, and we'll be part of the global market. They'll be buying it from us whether they like it or not. And, if they think that it's going to be less expensive to bring in more ships from Australia full of LNG, they're probably not thinking very straight. Not to mention that the market in Canada doesn't really mean a lot. We've got our number one customer. Canada has its number one customer to the south and wants to poop on it, but we don't, and we won't. And so we'll have our number one customer to the south, plus we will be able to get some opening, so long as the international rules regarding landlocked nations come into play, which of course that'll be difficult too, and blah, blah, blah. But in the end, we should be able to get something out to Tidewater. And the tanker ban, while American tankers go up and down the very same waters every single day, we keep out Canadian tankers. Why? To do what? How does that work? So I think we'll be, I know we would be okay. I wouldn't actually even support this if I thought we wouldn't be okay without, what Canada provides us.
Yeah, exactly.
We got a whole base.
Daisy says, Tommy, you asked for people to ask questions and then you don't answer questions. My question is up above. Oh, hang on. Okay, well, let me see if I can.
Hang on, wife's calling.
There, Daisy. Daisy's asking us a question. Okay. Is this the question? Okay, she can take it up with me. I'm not taking it up with her. Well, what kind of a question is that? Hang on. Let's see if we can re-ask your question. Okay, we got too much side talk going on in the chat there, so I can't see what your question was. So I'll be watching for it there now. How would an independent Alberta replace the billions in federal transfers to Alberta, apparently, infrastructure funding, and stabilization payments it receives during economic downturns? Yeah, well, I can answer that. Really, honestly, Alberta sends billions and billions and billions of dollars to Ottawa every year. If we didn't have to send all of that money to Ottawa, we would be able to just keep that money within our own province and be able to use that money for our own infrastructure funding, our own stabilization payments, and our own money during economic downturns. Think about it. If Alberta sends an extra $40 billion to Ottawa than we receive back in these so-called federal transfers, then we would be able to take the $40 billion a year and spend that on our own things that we need spending money on, or we can also put it into a little piggy bank, put some of it, let's say we put $10 billion a year into our own piggy bank and have that as our little piggy bank for economic downturns, right? We can, if we had all of that money that, that's the whole thing, is that people go, oh, well, what are you going to do? You're not going to have all the billions of dollars that Ottawa sends to you for healthcare and for infrastructure and all the rest of this stuff. Yeah, well, don't forget, where does that money come from? It comes directly out of our pocket. We're sending money from our wallet to Ottawa, and we're getting back $40 billion less than we're sending over there. This is not rocket science, people. It's pretty easy to figure out what's going on.
All those borders, what are you going to do when the Canada Border Services is gone? I think all those dudes are going to need a job. Guess what we're going to offer them? A job. In fact, we'll have to hire a couple more because we're going to throw a couple on the Yellowhead and a couple on Highway 1. So when you come in, we make sure we know who's coming.
Exactly. Okay, read the comment there. What do you think about that comment?
Tommy, what do you feel about underdrip and how they're making Indians up there racist? I watched a lawyer talk about it the other day, and I want to know your feelings. The more we're different, the worse it is. The more we're different, the worse it is. The more we're the same, the better it is. Does this make us more the same or more different?
Thanks a lot for that sub to the channel. Okay, my own feeling on that, what you're talking about is not under drip, but it's called undrip. And undrip is a globalist thing. It's a globalist agenda whereby they are trying to get countries around the world to give the land back in countries like Australia, Canada, and other places back to the Aboriginal people. So it's not that it's making the natives racist, but it is, for those governments, for example, they approved UNDRIP in British Columbia, right, in the province of BC. And now what they're doing is the natives are saying, well, this is my land and I want my land back. And under UNDRIP, they're actually saying, well, okay, you've got a whole area where you're saying you lived there back a long time ago, and now we're going to allow you title to that land, and you got a whole bunch of other people living there now. So now you've got the people that live there. Let's say that you live there and you have a house and you own that house, right? Your name is on that title, right? Now you're going to have the native band is going to be on that title along with you being on that title. And now when it comes time to renew your mortgage, the bank is going to say, well, I don't know who this native band is here and what the hell are they doing on the title, and I'm not going to lend you any money on your property. So now you're screwed, right? So effectively what it's doing is it's taking a land back from the people that are actually living on that land today, and you're giving that land back to the Aboriginal people. What do I think about it? I don't think it's making natives racist at all, but it's giving natives power in those areas where the government, like the NDP in British Columbia, have approved the UNDRIP and made it part and parcel of their governance there. And now it's landing the whole province in a whole lot of trouble, a whole lot of heat. And I don't know where it's going to end up. But personally, I think that it was bad and it was globalist. It's a globalist that are globalism that are pushing the globalist agenda. And I think it's really bad for any countries that adopt UNDRIP. Is it causing natives to be racist? No, I don't think so. But it's causing natives to go like, my land, I want my land back. And for some people out there to say, Tommy Temper, I'm coming for your house. I'm coming for your house, and I'm going to take your house away from you. And there's a native lady on the internet that is actually saying that. She's actually said that to me, that she's coming for my house. She's going to take my house away from me, and you just look out. And it's like that kind of activity is going on. So, Daisy, you're right about what it's doing to some of the natives out there. It's empowering them.
Don't we run into ceded and unceded land issues in that case?
Well, yeah. And where you have unceded land, like in British Columbia, where there are no treaties, that's where they're coming in, and they're being successful with their court battles. But you don't seeing it in places like Alberta, where everything is under treaties, because the treaties have said, here's your parcel of land. You can live on your land. You can do what you want on your land. But the rest of the territory in Alberta is now belongs to the government, and the government is going to give title to people and sell it to people.
Do you know which government negotiated the treaties that stand in Alberta?
It was the British government. Okay, so this is what's happened over a period of time. You have the British came into Canada, and they negotiated treaties with the natives all over Canada. Okay, so it comes from Britain. And then what happened is Canada said, we want to break away from Britain, okay, and not be part of the whole British thing. So this has already happened once, where it wasn't a vote that happened, but the Canadian government just said, you know what, we've had enough of Britain, and we want to become our own country. So then they assumed the treaties from Britain to Canada. So they were already transferred from Britain to Canada. So that's why it's important to understand that here in Alberta, if Alberta separates from Canada, it will be a simple transferring of those treaties within Alberta from Canada to Alberta, okay? Or if they don't want that to happen, they can keep their treaties with Canada, okay, and still deal with Canada. So that's what ends up happening. So it's not like it's impossible for Alberta to separate and it won't happen. No, it's a simple transferring. It's just the same way as, let's say that you were a tenant in a house, right, and you had a lease with a landlord, and the lease was for 5 years, and your landlord sold your house. Well, your lease would transfer over to the new owner of that house. In this case, the lease or the treaty, the agreement, would transfer from the government of Canada to Alberta. But it's a little more than that, because they would actually have the ability to have their treaty stay with the government of Canada and not necessarily be transferred over to Alberta. But it's not rocket science as to what might happen. That's for sure.
No, and I always thought there's the third alternative, which not likely, but they could just fold in with the rest of Alberta and just become one with us. There's that too. But yeah, like you said, stay with the current Canadian government, be governed by Alberta, or fold in with Alberta and just become citizens of Alberta along with. I mean,
that's right.
I get it. I get the Indigenous thing. I really do. But I was born here too. You know, in the town, the best town in Canada to be born in, Winnipeg, Manitoba, the best town to leave.
Yeah.
The best town to be
the
from.
lawyer was saying how it was communist and the Indians wouldn't end up with houses either. That's with UNDRIP. Yeah. Well, maybe it is communist, this UNDRIP stuff. It's definitely from an upper level globalist way of thinking.
UNDRIP, Sochi. There's all kinds of plans that we had no part in.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody consulted. I seen people standing on the corner in Abbotsford before I moved away from there, all holding these signs about Sochi, and all my kids are grown up. So I didn't know what Sochi was, but stopped and asked and heard about it. I'm like, what? Yeah, no, I'm against that.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Big D says taxpayer-funded lawyers have all the scripts to feed people how to get government money. Well, that's a problem, is that there's too many people getting government money, and that's socialism, you know, like in a nutshell. And, what do you want? Do you want everyone living off the government? Do you want everyone having government jobs? Do you want like a stagnation of society? I traveled to communist countries and I saw what their life was like. And it was like turn the clock back to 1920. And that's what life was like in communist countries, with horse plows out in the field. People couldn't afford vehicles. They just were living off the land, basically. And meanwhile, the rest of the world is driving Mercedes and stuff like that. And these guys are living like 100 years in the past. Like, what do you want? Do you want progress? Do you want entrepreneurship? Do you want people to invent things? Do you want like a better society? Or do you want to just be living off the tit of the government? Like, come on.
That, and, if you you spent most of your life elsewhere. Like I was a paper boy at 11 and started working at the White Spot restaurant in British Columbia as a car hop at 13. Went from there to Crane Canada BC Potteries in Coquitlam, BC. Worked as basically a potter, making toilets, bathtubs, and sinks out of ceramics in Coquitlam, BC, until they shut that place down, and many, 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 many other things.
Yeah, exactly. What about would separating really improve Alberta's healthcare when the current system provides portable coverage for Albertans traveling or working anywhere in Canada?
You would have to think so.
Keep that in mind, that if we separate right now, let's say that you have a healthcare problem and you go to somewhere else in Canada, you would get healthcare because you're Canadian, right? But if Alberta separates, then that would cut off Albertans from the healthcare that they get in Canada and the rest of Canada.
Well, right. Every time you go to the States, you always buy yourself an additional policy to cover yourself when you go there, unless you're an idiot. Right? So it's just like you've left your country. You've got to self-sufficient. You've got to get yourself a little extra coverage. What do you think extra coverage in Canada to cover Canada is going to actually cost? It's only a little rider to add to your thing when you're going to the States. It's not usually too expensive. I don't remember, oh my God, I got to pay so much more to have my health care for the week I'm down in the States. So if you're leaving Alberta, you're going into Canada, you got to watch for yourself. You've got to get yourself covered. You can't expect your insurance unless it's an insurance that offers that kind of coverage. And I'm sure you'll be able to buy it. It's all insurance. Insurance hasn't worked out. Insurance will provide you a product that you'll be able to buy. Once we're separated, insurance will step up and provide you with a product. Don't you worry.
That's right. And you'll be making more money on an annual basis to be able to afford that, premium or whatever it is if you happen to leave Alberta. What about military intelligence and things? Isn't Alberta stronger and safer? A part of a unified Canada with a shared military, with your CSIS intelligence and border security, rather than trying to go it alone?
Interesting. It's interesting to have the list of important questions that I don't think I've fathomed each and every one of them. But this one I think I got this pretty simple. Now, security, border security. Well, we mentioned that earlier. There will be a number of people who will need jobs who are already doing this for a living. So I'm pretty sure that's not too hard to sort out.
Get all those security guards hanging out at the roadways going to Saskatchewan and BC, and of course we already have security down at the border to the states. So
well, as the truckers come from BC, we're going to have to do a turban and flip flop check to make sure they're properly equipped for the snow.
What about CSIS, the Canadian, security service that looks after. It's like our spy agency. You know, we have to set up our own spy agency. I guess
I don't know how effective they've ever been. Are they known for being good at what they do? I mean,
not really. I remember. This is funny because I remember because you think that they're really secure, like it's a secure system, whatever. I recall in my previous endeavors being left alone at CSIS, right, at a CSIS location in their computer room, right, and when you go in as an outsourced type person into their agency.
wow.
You're supposed to be with somebody at all times.
Yeah.
So that they can watch everything that you're doing. But I was actually left alone in their computer room where all their servers are running.
So you pull out the USB key, you stick it in the nearest computer, about 30 seconds later, you pull it out and you walk away. And next thing you know, you got remote access.
Yeah,
nice.
I know. And I was left alone in their main computer server room. And that's what I think of CSIS in Canada. I just remember that happening, and I shook my head because I thought,
it's not systems that fail security; it's people.
We're like pretty much doomed,
Yeah. Well, but then you get down to the real brass tacks of, 10 minutes north of me is what? CFB Edmonton. What plane is sitting there? CF-18. Well, you know what? There's quite a few F-18s down there in the States. They're at the point of decommissioning them. The only service that still uses F-18s is the Navy, and that's because they're using a Super Hornet, which is actually a different plane, really. Just looks a lot like the first Hornet, but a Super Hornet is still an F-18, technically, and they have the hooks for landing on the decks. They don't take off vertical the way in the new one, but they're still widely in use. We would be able to probably get some F-18s to populate the base up there. And all it's going to cost us is 5% of our GDP. Like the U.S. has always asked from Canada, like we've never managed to pay them. But I got a funny feeling so long as we're kicking in 5% of our GDP, they'll be more than happy to supply whatever's needed.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about this? Okay, and the topic of guns and the what's happening in Canada is the federal government in Canada has this gun grab where they've deemed, like, I think it's over 100 different types of guns as being illegal. They just put them just one day they said, hey, here's a list of a whole bunch of guns. They're all illegal, and we want all of you gun owners out there that have spent, $1,000, $2,000 on your guns to bring your guns in, and we'll give you a couple $100 for the guns if you do turn them in. Now, that time for getting the money has passed, and now I think it's something like October is when it's the D-Day for you having to turn all these guns in, or else we're going to come banging on your doors looking for them. And you've got Alberta farmers and ranchers, they're subject to this federal gun laws, and of course they need their guns for coyotes and bears, and hey, this is a rough country when you go outside of the main cities here. You've got all kind of wolves and all kind of stuff like that you need weapons protection for. Also, you're living on a farm. You might want a little bit of protection against some criminal that's coming onto your property to steal copper or who knows what the hell they're going to, machinery or fuel or all kind of stuff. These days, they're stealing farm fuel, because of the high price of fuel and stuff like that. What do you think about the gun grab that's going on here in Canada?
I think we're free of it. Like, mind you, it's not like Danielle's never told a lie. But she said she wouldn't really enforce that on us, so we'll have to see about that. The RCMP won't do it, from what I've heard. So we may be immune just because the process is, how it is. All you got to do is throw up a little roadblock in anything you don't want. And I guess it works for us like them, right? They throw up their roadblock to our separation and we throw up our roadblocks to their gun grab. And both seem to be reasonably effective for now.
What about if this doesn't work out? Okay, let's say that there was no separation and Alberta is just living within Confederation. How do you think Alberta can build up a strong future when the federal environmental policies are designed to phase out our biggest economic driver, oil and gas?
I think I'm already 60 years old. This is the last kick at the cat. So as many times as I get to vote on this positively, I will. I don't think the fight will ever really end. Honestly, it shouldn't. But if it doesn't get done while I'm still around, I'll know that I tried my best for my children. That's that.
If Alberta becomes independent, do you think we could create a fairer tax system that rewards hard work instead of punishing success like Canada currently does?
We already do. We're one of the, where is their provincial tax? We already reward, and we would continue to do that. In fact,
what about? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure that again, everybody would feel it. I mean, in the end, with the money that would come back, I would expect water at every reserve. I would expect doctors could be better paid so we could keep some. I would expect a general welfare increase. Just the people who are on pensions and stuff like that. Just a little bit. Do something for them. Return some of that in a way that makes a difference to people who really need it. That kind of thing. I'm sure we could do.
Do you think that this talk about Alberta independence, do you think that it's driving business out of Alberta? Just us talking about it. Do you think that there's businesses that are out there that are thinking, oh, I think that it's dicey investing in Alberta because they're thinking of separating? Do you think that businesses are thinking that? Do you think that it's us talking about it is driving business away from Alberta?
If the question is really considered and you break down the us talking about it part, not so concerned about that because, I mean, whether we talk about it or not, it's in the air. Let's put it that way. We're part of the argument, but the argument exists in and of itself. So whether we were talking about it or not really relevant. But yeah, there's going to be some businesses that I would think would hold off in any kind of unsuredness. But what is there to gain by doing something risky in Canada right now? By being entrepreneurial, what do you have to gain? The market is tiny. If you're not already in the States, you're not going to come to Canada because it's a waste of your investment to do so. You should be best spending that in the most lucrative possible market, which is not us, it's the States. And then after, if things work out, you can expand. So is it our talking about it that's making things hard for a business to get started or doubt the possibility of doing well? No, it's not us talking about it. Is it the situation that has been created that we're all living in that, it's really that. I mean, what we're looking at is possible answers to this question. And I think that if we were to separate, that answer would be a strong answer that would give business a place to start. They wouldn't be that concerned about, they'd know what was going forward, a sure footing. I think Canada is already not particularly a sure footing. We've been slipping back for years. Last 10 years, slipping back. Don't you remember when every chart, when we grew up, anytime anybody had anything about where you would want to live in the world, we were like in the top three. We were in the top 3. We're at the 27th now or some stupid number like that. It's...
Yeah, my own thought on it is, look at, if you were to invest, if you were thinking about investing in Alberta, okay, you would be thinking, okay, what is it like, and what are the downfalls, and what are the costs at this moment in time, okay? And you would have to be paying, you go, hey, I'm going to have to pay provincial tax, I'm going to have to pay federal tax, I'm going to have to pay GST, I have certain things that I have to pay my employees, and that. So I pretty much know what my costs are going to be. But if Alberta separates, is it going to be a better environment or a worse environment? That's what I would be thinking. And I would be thinking, you know what? This is going to end up being the best place to invest or to start up a business in North America, because I won't have to be paying federal taxes, which are huge for a business. I won't have to be paying the GST, which is huge for any kind of a business. And I will have a far better place to be running my business if it was an independent Alberta than within Canada. Alberta is going to be a mecca for businesses to flock to, and you'll see that happen, that if Alberta does become independent, that businesses will be flocking to Alberta, and instead of, they'll be looking at where in North America can I open up shop and have the least amount of taxes to be paid on my business. Alberta is going to be the go-to place. So where you have all these people out there that are going, oh, it's so much uncertainty and there's so much investment that's not happening because of the uncertainty on Alberta separation. Where are these businesses that are uncertain? I don't think that there are any. If I was a business person and I was, thinking, where in Canada am I going to open up shop? I think that I would be looking at Alberta, thinking that if Alberta does become independent, then absolutely I'm going to make more money in Alberta than anywhere in the United States or in Canada. That's what my thinking is on the whole thing. So I think it's a bullshit story for people to be saying you guys talking about independence is hurting investment in Alberta. I don't think that's true at all. At all. That's my thought.
No, I think we're discussing a current, the biggest current topic, honestly.
Oh, just hang on. Quick phone call. Hang on. I'll be right back.
It's a Christmas time, and it's time to think of Christmas. Christmas time is what I think of when I hear it. Every time I hear the song, I think of Christmas time. Christmas time is what I think of. No, it's not. I'm lying. Oh, sorry, Jesus. Praise you, Lord. It's good to have a little bit of levity, because things are pretty serious, and we're looking at some serious topics with a little bit of levity every now and then, but really, things aren't improving. You would like to think that whatever you do, you would improve slowly until you get as good as you can get, and things just haven't been improving. Haven't you noticed? And
Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had a quick phone call to take there. I hope you like my phone ringer there. It's the old, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em ringer. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. As a DJ, I've worked a couple of different functions where I didn't know the music very well. One of those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was at the fair, and the one of the rides, you know how they play music at the
I was
fair?
there with you. I was on that live.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, I was there.
Playing the East Indian music at the fair, and I'm going. I will walk up to the guy and I ask him, "Who picked that song?"
Yeah,
It's some white guy, and he goes, "I did." And I said, why? He says, well, it's because of the crowd down here.
Cater to the crowd.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to read the room.
Yeah, I
you
know
don't get to populate the room, but you do need to read it, because if you misread the room, they're just not going to dance, man.
I know exactly what you're saying.
And they're fun as fuck when they dance. Pardon my French.
Yeah. Why should Alberta remain in Federation, where the Prime Minister openly campaigned against our oil industry? Like, really?
Because he knows Katy Perry.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Katie. Are they still going out? I thought the latest meme I saw was I thought they broke up or something there now. I don't know.
I don't think there's anything to any of it. I think it's just it's just to get in the news and stuff. None of these people are genuine people.
Quick little in and out for Trudeau, basically. Metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically speaking, of course. Hey, she's not untalented. I'm just thinking, that's a funny choice on her part. Mind you, he was a world leader. How many choices does she have? It's not like very many world leaders are reasonably young. They're usually old men. So,
yeah.
And she can't touch the royalty because it's inbred and other problems.
If Alberta controlled its own borders and trade policy, do you think we could strike a better deal with the United States than Ottawa ever could or did?
Immediately. Instantaneously. He already has more respect for Danielle Smith than he has for Carney, for sure.
Hey, what do you think about this thing where the natives have brought up this court order, for us to not be able to count the petition votes? Do you think that Ottawa had any bearing on pushing that judge to make that order, being a liberal judge?
Okay, listen, I'll stand there at the plate with the bat. You just throw me a nice softball, and I'll blast it right out of the park, okay? Come on. She's a liberal appointee. She's doing exactly what the phone call told her to do. The phone rang at 3 a.m. It was actually 7 in Ottawa. And she picked up the phone, and she was told what to do, and she did it. That's it. There's nothing really much more to it than that. Just another government shell put in a government job, making good money and knowing full well. I mean, that's the same thing with Marilyn Gladieux. She'd never tasted being in power. She decided that it was going to be her last year in government. She decided that she might as well get a taste of what it's actually like to be on the team that gets to twist the knobs and throw the levers. She was offered something that was an enticement of one kind or another, whatever it happened to be. Maybe it was something to do with her family member or something. And then you got a floor crosser, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. What about all those floor crossers that have been going on there? What's your take on that? Where this is for those in the States or whatever watching, what's happening is we have the Liberal Party that's was a minority government. They didn't have quite enough seats to form a majority, and then you had a bunch of the Conservative MPs cross the floor over and become from a Conservative immediately become a Liberal. Like overnight, pissing off everybody in Canada. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I think floor crossing should be absolutely fine. You can always change your mind. You just can't take your job with you. You can't be the general manager of the Dodgers and decide to go work with the Yankees, but bring all the Dodgers players. You have to leave all that behind. If you're purposed in your mind, if there's a reason why, whatever it happens to be, then go ahead and go by your convictions. Just, you're not allowed, it should trigger a by-election. I don't think, other than that, I don't care floor crossing one way or the other. It would never have happened if it didn't if it didn't bring with it the seat It would have never been considered in this case. So that's the problem with it, that it carries with it the seat of the person, and that people are corruptible. And when you're the prime minister of a country, you've got a lot of weight to throw around. Whether the person is a good-hearted person and wants to leave a legacy in their riding somehow for the people, or whether it's to personally enrich an individual, as she said herself, that if you listen to the very first interview that she gives, she trips up. And she said it was a choice that she made for herself, as well as. She says, as well as it was the best choice for me. Well, yeah, okay, Marilyn, fair enough. But yeah, if you guys in the States, if you ever wondered how an election is stolen, this is how an election is stolen. Not the way your guy thought it would be stolen. It's stolen by afterwards. You just throw money or threats or help or whatever it happens to be, enticements to get a person to actually change from, X to Y. It's polar opposite in our world. Democrat to Republican in your world. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I saw that, and I saw some of her comments over time there too. And she's going like, well...
somebody else who calls him Drumpf.
I wanted more for my constituents out there, and I wasn't getting enough from the Conservatives, so I thought that if I crossed over, they promised me that they would be able to give more to the constituents than I was getting right now. It was like that kind of a thing. So, no, it actually cost me $15,000 because I'm not on a committee anymore, so I actually lost money crossing over, right? You probably saw that, too. And, I'm thinking, oh, my God. And, that's the reason that they should make a bill making it so that as soon as you cross the floor, there's immediately a by-election and bring it to a vote and not let that person carry that seat over to the other party without a by-election right away.
It's simple.
Despicable.
The same way as in, if you've ever watched the goings-on in Parliament, you've seen how point of order gets used. And if you ever watch Parliament, it's often not a point of order, but it's disruptive to the process. And so often this point of order is called simply to disrupt the process. And when you see how often it's used and how disruptive it is, you know that people are just trying to impede. And I think that there should be a serious penalty anytime a point of order is called when it's not a point of order. If anybody wonders what I'm talking about, look up Robert's Rules of Order. That's how Parliament is run. The rules, who gets to talk, when you get to talk, how long, what, blah, blah. And if you think something has been done wrong, if it goes past these particular rules, you can call a point of order. And then it's supposed to be one of the specific things you've transgressed, not just you've said something that's offended somebody and they want to be disruptive. That disruption keeps them from getting very much done. So if there was a way to stop them from using that as a tool of disruption, we would get way further on the daily basis in Parliament. That I know.
I'm familiar with Robert's Rules of Order, but having been part of some groups, clubs, things like that use that. So I know exactly what it's all about. I was part of the whole thing. The other thing is, I noticed that there was, I think it was over in Europe somewhere, in the UK somewhere, they brought in this new rule so that if you're an elected official, that you'll be turfed out if you lie in public, if you stand up and tell a lie. What do you think about bringing that kind of a rule into government?
Wow, we'd have to start over.
Yeah, we'd have to turf everybody.
There'd be a huge purge.
Yeah, immediately. What do you think of back in the old days? Remember Canada used to embrace oil and gas and think that it was good. Here, I'll give you an example of that with this shot right here. We've got the dollar here. Or sorry, this is the
$10 bill.
$10 bill. And you can see that
nice. refinery.
It used to have an oil refinery on it, right, at one time. Well, I don't know if it's still on there now. I don't think so. I think
No.
they've gotten rid of it and put something else on there because obviously Canada doesn't think that oil and gas is of any benefit anymore. Although, you have guys like Carney going, oh, no, Alberta's going to separate. Oh, hang on. We'll talk about a pipeline now, but only if you pump a bunch of CO2 into the ground first and increase carbon taxes first and do that for a period of a couple of years before we even talk about it. What do you think about that?
Sounds like we're getting the short end of the stick again. But what do you do? I don't joust at windmills. I try to keep myself from getting riled up about stuff that I can't change in any way, shape, or form. Again, like I say, you reach out to people about a vote when it's time to vote. When the vote's over and there's nothing for 3 years, I don't rail on people about, national politics because it's, you're going to go in 1 year and out the other. The actual things that make a difference are going to change between now and voting day. You won't have the impact you're looking for. I think that we got screwed, but we're not completely screwed. We got to keep fighting. We got to keep working towards our independence. Canada is going to keep messing with us. They're not going to make it any easier, that's for sure. You remember, I don't know if you had, I thought you had a media background as well to a certain extent, but when I was in school at BCIT and they were teaching us about how news worked, we had to be concerned about the stories we were taught that we would need to be concerned about the stories we aired, how they aired in relation to commercials that would run before them and after them, like all kinds of considerations about what we were going to put on the air. And since then, everything changed. Look.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. Well, no, I don't have any media background whatsoever. I never took any, or had any education or training or stuff like that. But I do know that in years gone by, the media appeared to be unbiased, at least, in my, infantile mind, that I didn't think that it was biased. But it only seems like in the last 10 years ish that since I've become more, watching what's going on, going out to different events, going out to protests, seeing how the media came across after the things that I was getting involved in, that I, determined that, hey, the media is not unbiased whatsoever. They're so freaking biased that it's unbelievable. They don't even hide the fact that they're biased, and it's not just the CBC that's paid for. We know they're paid for by the government, so they're going to support the government. And I don't even know that the CBC, even if there was a progressive, conservative government in power, I don't even know that the CBC would be pro right wing. Even if they were in power, because there's the people that are embedded in the CBC are such leftist type people that they're just prone to push that leftist woke narrative, as we've become to call it. That there's a whole bunch of house cleaning that needs to be done, and then when you have the government give not so much cash in hand, but they say, hey, we're going to reduce your taxes, like subsidies and stuff like that they give to the other mainstream media, that they are like pandering left and right to the federal government, the liberals, and like all their programming is pro-liberal. In fact, where are you going to see on mainstream media some kind of a story that is going to be pro-Alberta independence? Where?
I don't have an answer to that if I watched television at all. But upstairs, the television is there for other people in my house. I seriously don't. I never. Just not a thing for me anymore, television. So I just sort of avoid how they're, I know that there's a bias. I know how terrible it is, and I don't subject myself to it anymore, basically.
Trevor says, laugh out loud. We don't have a right-wing media in Canada, I think you mean.
No.
If there was, things would be very, very different. Very different. Let's listen to this clip here from Jeffrey Rath. Here's a bombshell from Alberta Independent Counsel Jeff Rath about a real reason Premier Danielle Smith is blocking the independence referendum to appease Mark Carney. Is that what's happening? Now, Jeffrey Rath, if you know him, he's pretty outspoken, and he's one of the top guys with the Alberta Independents. Let's listen to this little clip here, and then we can comment on it.
I'll let you explain. You believe that this is about Danielle not just suggesting there's another alternative here, but that she's deliberately doing this to appease Mark Carney.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually had a contact that was in the room with her and Carney, and we're told by our source that was there that she absolutely promised Mark Carney that there would not be a referendum this year on independence. So wow. I think this is just her keeping her promise, right? So she's done it again. She's now crossed the floor for the second time. This time now she's crossed the floor to join the Carney Liberals. I mean, don't think that it was missed on anybody that she just went, oh, Mark Carney so this and he's so that, and I love him so much, and Mark Carney's such a nice man, and everybody, he's not Justin Trudeau, oh, Mark Carney, Mark, right? And of course, ignoring the fact that, Carney has tried to pass a bill to create backdoors into all of our electronic devices to surveil us in real time, right? Pass bills to make it illegal for preachers to read the Bible in church. Won't lift the West Coast tanker ban. Won't won't accord basic respect to Alberta. Telling Albertans that in order to have a West Coast pipeline, which incidentally we don't need right now, because of the Bridger expansion and the Enbridge expansion, that's 1.5 million barrels of new capacity, right? Once that's online, given all of Carney's regressive policies, we won't have enough oil to fill a West Coast pipeline. And of course, Danny doesn't want to talk about that. So she's literally sold out everybody in Alberta for a completely unnecessary pipeline. And it's just, it just boggles the mind.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think of that story?
Boggles the mind.
My own thought on it is, he has an awful lot more insight because he's got more contacts, more information, whatever. He has a bit of information that he got from, boots on the ground, people that were at the event, heard Danielle Smith talk to Carney. She's definitely acting federalist. There's no doubt about that. We've now got this pipeline deal with the United States. So we've got another, million barrels a day when that pipeline comes online here. Do we really need a pipeline to, in Canada? Again, we can always talk about another pipeline going through the United States, go south and go through the United States out to the West Coast, and I'm sure that they're willing to make some money on some kind of a deal to do that there if Canada doesn't want to play ball with Alberta. People talk about Alberta being landlocked. We'll go over and look at the map of Europe and, those countries close to Russia. There's tons of countries that are landlocked that do very well, and we definitely will do well here. I don't have a problem with that at all. I think that basically, maybe Danielle is, sitting in that federalist camp and doesn't really want to put this. Could she really? Do you think that Danielle Smith really could have put that question, on the table for us having independence, or do you think that her hands were absolutely tied by this court decision?
I understand that she has a certain amount of will in this, that her hands aren't necessarily tied, but I think she made this is why I feel like she betrayed us. If I thought her hands were tied, I wouldn't hold it against her. I mean, we have to we have to function within the law, but she knows the will of the people, and I believe that she had it within her right to, provide the will of the people, and decided against it. Now, is she right? She knows more than we know about these situations. Is it right to wait? Is it best to wait? Does she know this somehow for a fact? Maybe. It's like one of those things again. I can't change. I really didn't want that for an announcement, but you get what you get. You can. I think every time one of these floor crossers did a floor crossing, I sent a nasty email because I just needed to get it out to their constituency. I think I know I went to Danielle's channel on YouTube and left my little missive of how I thought we were betrayed. But I get it out and then I move along. If it's something I think I can affect, I'll continue to work at it. But decision made, right? Now we get to vote on a vote. All right.
Yeah. We get a referendum for a referendum is the way it goes. Hey, this bit came up. I was just over on X there, and I spotted this over there, and it's kind of funny because you guys know me over here on YouTube and that, but I'm also on Facebook, and I actually started this group called Canadians Opposed to NDP and Liberals, exactly like that. Canadians Opposed to NDP and Liberals on Facebook. And somebody actually took a post that somebody made on that Facebook group that I started and that I run, and they took a post off of it and they took a screenshot of it, and that's why this appeared on here, and they posted it over to X. And this is a story which is interesting. Surrey police release suspect photos on an ongoing extortion investigation. Here's another reason for Alberta to leave Canada, because of what we are calling mass immigration. And guess who the suspects are? Guess who the suspects are of the ongoing extortion over in Eastern Canada. And of course, we have these exact same problems going on here in Edmonton, in British Columbia, and right across the frickin' country, where you got all these people that are just newcomers, and just look at their faces. Look at who the people are that are doing the extortions in Canada. This is frickin', you got, okay, let me see what their names are.
Tommy, I don't want us to sing out any names, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Don't sing them out.
Holy jeez, hang on. Every one of them is to sing.
One of them.
I didn't notice that. Oh, man. Okay, we got to get out of this. It's a freaking nightmare that we have going on here. An absolute nightmare. Oh, my God.
And they're all young men expecting, long... They're in for the long haul.
Apparently the job at Tim Hortons didn't work out.
That's for their girlfriend.
No, it didn't work out.
Their girlfriend and their old mama.
The temporary worker program.
This guy got punched a couple of times.
The temporary worker program. They got the job finished. The visa is up, and they didn't leave the country.
My course is over at the prestigious Sprott Shaw College I attended, and now I want to stay. I know I only had a student visa, but I don't want to leave. I shouldn't have to. I pay taxes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I was going to play another bit here, but it was like 15 minutes long, and we don't want 15-minute long bits here. But it was a good one.
I was talking to a friend about Rep by Pop, and he was suggesting that we would need to have equal representation in each province, let's just say. And I mean, that would be great, but that's a step even beyond what some people, talk about. That is representation by population. They say the East is overrepresented, the West is underrepresented. While that's true, if you actually do rep by pop exactly as it should be, we gain a couple of seats, they lose a couple of seats, but it doesn't change the balance of power. You're still going to be told what to do by the East. It doesn't change that. So if you were to go evenly, same number of representatives, regardless of population from each province, there would be a chance for a reasonable outcome for Canada as a country. But that's 2 steps beyond where we are now. And that's not going to happen. Don't forget, they have a veto. Oh, yeah, screw you. Right? Don't forget that.
Oh, I didn't know you could do such a good French accent. That was pretty good, actually.
They teach you in school when you go there.
Hey, this just in. Tim Hortons, breaking news. Where's my breaking news?
I get in trouble for accents, and the next thing you know. Yeah, boy.
Oh, hang on. That's not breaking news. That was funny.
I am not knowing. Each and everything is available at the Tim Hortons.
It's hard to be a DJ. Hang on. Where is it here?
I would play you each and everything. I am your DJ.
Where's my breaking news here?
DJ spinning hat.
Oh, hang on. Is this it? Yeah.
Breaking news.
Tim Hortons, breaking news from Tim Hortons from the Globe and Mail. Tim Hortons is to dial back on temporary foreign worker program. They aim to hire 10,000 locals. Wow. Yeah, but who are those locals going to be now? Not you and I. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Apparently they're being hit hard because they were on that temporary East Indian foreign worker program, and everyone that you saw working in the restaurant was like speaking Punjabi to each other. So apparently they were hit hard with customer backlash. So they're changing their ways at Tim Hortons, apparently, trying to make things a little bit better. But will it happen? I don't know.
You know what they didn't take into consideration at all at Tim Hortons? From a guy who grew up with Tim Hortons, the prettiest girls in school used to get the jobs at the Tim Hortons. You didn't go to Tim Hortons for donuts and coffee. You were 18, 17, 16. The pretty girls from your school that worked there were the reason to go there and chat them up and have a donut and whatever. It's never about the donuts.
No, that's right. The friendly-looking girls. Listen to this bit here. Coming to us, the Truth Bomb, from the Truth Bomb here. This is a news anchor's from the United States comments on Mark Carney, and his comments are chilling. Let's listen to this.
I have a message for the Canadian people. Don't vote for this guy. Mark Carney is the most elite of elitists out there. This guy is not a man of the people at all. He's the ultimate elitist. And be careful, because he put out a message and he conflated, hey, Trump is the biggest threat we've had, in his lifetime. Thinking about all the things that have threatened humankind in his lifetime. So it's hyperbolic, but then he started bragging about the economy, the liberal economy. I have all these charts. I mean, it's just, and they're all heartbreaking if you're a Canadian. The standard of living has imploded. You look at the investments, right, or where the jobs are. Almost all of it public sector, little private sector, and self-employment, none. There's no real business opportunities there. OECD predicts the worst economies for the 2020 to 2030 at the end of all 36 countries, Canada. So, I mean, be careful. You've got to, right, it's that bad. It's horrific. It's horrific. And it's just, this country needs a reboot, right?
Which means that Canada's vulnerable.
It's extraordinarily vulnerable.
They're vulnerable to a major power like America taking them on.
Sure. I mean, and we're friends. Again, this is reciprocal. This is like, hey, okay, you want to protect your dairy farmers, and they, for whatever reason, they supersede everyone else. Negotiate with the Trump team. But this sort of saber rattling. But I will say this: they do have a friend in the American media. And my emails this morning, I get one from Fortune, and it says America's war in Canada. We didn't declare war. The article, you can't find that anywhere in the article, but that's where they headline it. Maybe it makes you open an email, but again, this is the kind of stuff that's happening out there. It's really, this is a heartfelt message to Canada and people up there. It's time to turn your country around. Time to make Canada great again.
Yeah, we got to listen to Shaq's dad there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, he's right. He's right to some degree there, because frickin' Carney, you know, says we got a war going on with America. You know, well, like, what kind of war? No, the only war is that you're too imbecilic to go down there and negotiate with the states. You know, you're like running around all over, jetting around to Fiji Island, whatever, and trying to set up, you know, trade relations with them for like $1 million a year. You know, like, give me a frickin' break.
I don't know. There has to be more to it than that, honestly, I think. And I think that China does factor in harder than what a lot of people want to admit.
We haven't even talked about China. Holy.
Yeah, I think they're a big influence. And I do think that personal greed is really factoring pretty heavily too. Like, he really is invested in these places where he's got us spending money. Now, did he invest in some of the great places that, you know, the future sort of needs? Like, we're going to need likely nuclear reactors. And so who makes them? Well, you don't want to go to some new company that's just freshly making them. You want to go to the company that's been making them for a long time and knows what they're doing. It's not that Westinghouse, you know, they were in the game a long time before they got bought up. Now they're a property of, you know, Brookfield or what have you, or there's that relationship. But there's still only a certain number of companies to turn to for this high-end stuff. They just managed to get themselves in there. I mean, heat pumps. Oh, heat pump. What do you know about heat pumps? I got a heat pump.
We know that the train is a subsidiary of Brookfield. We know that.
Right. And in the end, you got to buy your thingy from someone. And if everybody who makes them is Brookfield, well, then you end up buying a Brookfield heat pump, I guess. But
yep.
I just want my house cold in the winter, summertime, and warm in the wintertime. So,
yeah. Well, Mark Carney is heading to New York to get investments for Canada, apparently. This is his latest thing. Read Brookfield. Now read this slowly. His wife lives and works for firms in the U.S. of A. His kids live and study in the U.S. of A. 91% of his portfolio is in the U.S. of A. And his home is in the U.S. of A. Like, come on. This is getting to the point where it's ridiculous. But yet,
it is.
Let's see. Brookfield moved its headquarters to the U.S. of A. Yeah, what else did they do there? It just goes on and on and on. CPP is heavily invested in the US of A, yet he tells Canadians we can't depend on America. Do you see the contradiction to this whole thing? It's like ridiculous.
He's got it worked out, though. He'll be just fine, no matter how it turns out.
It's sickening. And why is it that whenever you hear Carney stand up and say that he's going to spend another $2 billion, that somehow there's a tie to Brookfield? Like, why is that?
But that's after sending $20 billion to Ukraine. You know, $2 billion for us, $20 billion for Ukraine, and I don't see how there's any way we can have a leader that's so invested in business that there's no way to disentwine him. Like, it's so big that it's ridiculous to a certain extent to ask him to sell, to divest, because he's spent a lifetime putting together a portfolio that's very important to people, like it would be to you. You would hate to have to do a job that you've got to liquidate your portfolio for. but that's the kind of job we're offering. So you really shouldn't do the job. When you've got so many other things pulling you one way or another, and you've got to make choices in the best interest of one thing, the people of Canada, all of us collectively, one thing, you're not always going to make that choice. And depending then on personal greed will be the percentage of times you make a choice that is alternate to the needs and best, outcome of the people. And this guy's so compromised. We need like a poor man. We need...
He's definitely not a poor man, that's for sure.
No, we need the opposite of this guy.
The investment banker owns, he may not own stock.
We need a frugal person.
Options in Brookfield. Many millions of stock options.
Well, that's money. In their world, they know that too. That's just money.
Same. Can cash it in when he gets them.
Yeah. And, you heard about his recent trips on planes and money spent on food. I'm sure he doesn't do anything for us. He doesn't consider us as he does things. It's not a good look. And yet there are people out there that defend him.
Yeah.
And if
elbows up, people.
Well, that's it too. To the point where first time I heard elbows up, I thought, that's dirty hockey. You go into the corner with your elbows up, you're just looking to hurt somebody for no good reason. It's not sportsmanlike. If Canada is known for anything, it's known for being sportsmanlike. Usually. So we're unsportsmanlike under the current. We put our elbows up. We shun our brother from the same mother that we fought alongside in how many wars. What happens to be the world's largest economy. How are we moving in the right direction? And that's the reason to support Alberta separation, an opportunity to take the ship and steer it in a different direction.
Carney is just spending billions and billions, over $100 billion since he was elected. And there is no way for us to be able to pay for that other than to borrow money or to get those printing presses rolling. And he is printing more now than ever before. I saw some statistics on that, and this year is like way more than ever before. Let's watch this clip here from Keith Wilson. Keith Wilson has a 1-minute summary of constitutional things outlining Alberta's longstanding grievances with Ottawa, rather. No matter how you view the Alberta separation / prosperity project, it's an important clip to listen to. Let's listen to this one here. Quick, it's about a minute and a half.
Where I do strongly disagree with the Premier is I don't think we've had the progress that she describes. I respectfully think she's overstating things. We haven't had a repeal of what's known in Alberta as the 9 bad laws. We still have the tanker ban. The oil industry here, as you know from your coverage, is very concerned about the feasibility of the combined cost of the industrial carbon tax, the Pathways project, the methane emissions. And Albertans who are seeking independence, concerns are not purely economic.
Sure.
There's serious concerns about other policies that have come out of Ottawa that we don't feel many of us align with our values. The No More Pipelines law was Bill C-69. That could be repealed and take us back to the environmental assessment framework that we had before that facilitated billions of dollars of investment and job creation. Yeah. And the Prime Minister refuses to go there. I just don't understand it. Independence. But everything comes at such effort. We have the world that needs our resources. Alberta could be single-handedly stimulating the economy, generating significant revenue for the federal government, dealing with this deficit problem, inflation problem, employment problem, social problems. And the amount of political capital and effort that the Premier Smith has had to put in just to getting the MOU And weekly, with respect, Prime Minister Carney seems to be adding new conditions. Most of us here in Alberta that are paying attention to this do not believe there will be a pipeline.
Yeah. Will there be a pipeline?
No. By the way, great editing. I never wanted to hear from her, and I didn't hear a word she said. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Rosemary, shut up.
It's all fake. Remember, she said it's all fake.
Beautiful hot mic moment.
Yeah.
Way to be, Rosemary. Good job. I can't believe you're still working there. But nice work.
Yeah. Good to see you, Fry TV, in the chat there. Thanks a lot for popping
Hey,
in
Fry.
there. I appreciate that. We got Trevor in the chat there. We can't leave our chat out of here. He says the only thing a pipeline will do is make some rich guy richer. How will that help our homeless or addicted, or how many needing food banks?
Yeah. You don't know how those are connected somehow?
Remember that if there's a pipeline, that means it will be able to pull more oil out of the ground. And that's where the province makes their money from, right? Whenever there's more oil coming out of the ground, a cut of it goes to the provincial government, and the provincial government has more money to be able to spend on homelessness, on helping the homeless people, on food banks, on housing, on hospitals, on schools, on all of that stuff. So, the pipeline is good for the province, believe me.
It's surprising that you don't know that.
Exactly. Oh, Trevor, back again. And all that oil will be sold overseas. Well, yeah, but the cash from the oil will be kept back at home here to be able to spend on... Why do you think Alberta has so much money to send to Ottawa? 40 billion gets sent
Where'd
to
it come
Ottawa
from?
and distributed to other provinces. If we separated, that money would stay in Alberta to be used here to help out everyone. We wouldn't have to pay a federal income tax. We wouldn't have to pay GST. We wouldn't have to pay federal tax on our gas. We wouldn't have to pay the low emissions tax, or whatever the hell they're calling it, on our gasoline here. Clean fuel tax. That's what it's a carbon tax, but they call it a clean fuel tax. Oh, they got rid of the carbon tax. Remember when we were all holding up those signs, axe a tax? Yeah, they axed that tax, but they brought in the clean fuel tax. I thought the other day that there's another tax coming in there where they're jacking it up another 15 cents that we're going to be having to pay here per liter across Canada right away. You guys must love paying taxes. That's all I can say. What's the matter with those liberals?
Got to get the money from somewhere.
Yeah. By the way, we're going to be shutting down the stream here at the top of the hour. I don't know. It's actually looking not that great out there. Is it nice for a bicycle ride? I don't know. It's looks like it's getting cloudy, and I hope it doesn't start raining. But anyways, because it's going up to like 28 degrees. Global warming is happening here in Edmonton.
Oh, no.
And at the present time, the temperature is, let me just refresh, 25, going to be 28 degrees by 6 o'clock here tonight. Yeah, we might get a little bit of a sprinkling or something there, but
warm up the heat
hot
pump
out there. I mean, waiting.
Or
it's
colder.
like, I don't want to go riding my bike when it's, plus 10 because it's still a little chilly, but it's so nice out there. A little windy, but looking good.
That's what I used to judge motorcycles. So long as it was double digit, that's 10 and above, then it's motorcycle weather.
Right on. Yeah. Well, it's above 20, so that's definitely T-shirt weather out there. So we're going to be heading out there. By the way, tomorrow, after school tomorrow, we're heading back to Sylvan Lake, and hopefully I'll be able to get my license plate from the town of Sylvan Lake for my golf cart. And we'll be mobile on the golf cart live. So look forward to those streams as we tour around Sylvan Lake and show you the cities and the houses and the lake and stuff like that. So we'll be having a bit of fun. But yeah, I'm kind of enjoying it here that we're going over some of the clips and stuff like that we're seeing. Oh, hang on here. What about this guy here, the Quebec separatist here? I don't know. I didn't actually listen to this clip, but let's listen This is like, not only were Quebec separatists allowed to have 2 referendums, they want a 3rd referendum. And they didn't have to have any oversight by their native population there whatsoever. It was
I think that's referendi now when you've had 3.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they seem to have no trouble having referendums in Quebec. Meanwhile, but hang on, maybe they don't offer cash to Canada, so Canada's like, yeah, we don't really care if you go, you know.
Never
But
gets
Alberta,
called into question whether they're
whoa,
gonna,
whoa.
you know, whether it's going to be accepted or not. Never gets called into question. Whether they're going to be stopped somehow or not, never gets called into question because they're special. They're Quebecers.
Yeah. I've not seen anyone federally or provincially suggest Quebecers must first get approval from courts or First Nations or to do so. We taxpayers fund the Bloc Québécois as they, basically rip us off. Let's listen to this clip here and get ready to cringe a little bit. Oh, man, you can't make this shit up. Oh, man, this is getting bad.
I think my colleague, the leader of the opposition, should be ready to talk about the independence of Quebec.
And this comes as no surprise to anyone. The Bloc Québécois does want an independent Quebec. We will succeed one day. Everyone who works with us here in Ottawa, they know that we are independentists, that we want independence. And they know that eventually Quebec will become a country. Thank you.
30 years ago, Quebecers came within a hair's breadth of creating their own country. Now the Yes camp is back in action. So to all Quebecers who were already part of it, let's roll up our sleeves and start again. To all Quebecers who, like me, were too young or not even born yet, or who changed their minds, or who are living in another country, now it's our turn. But it'll have to be done democratically. And the federal government is preventing that with its Clarity Act. So my question to the government, will they commit to respecting the will of Quebecers?
I think my colleague, the leader of the opposition, should be ready to talk about the independence of Quebec.
And this comes as no surprise to anyone. The Bloc Québécois does want an independent Quebec. We will succeed one day. Everyone who works with us here.
It's playing it over again there, but I like that one interpreter there for the woman. It it went well with the French woman there to have a male interpreter for her there.
Oh, he zipped away there. Something happened.
Hang on.
Oh, he's
I
back.
pushed the wrong button.
There you go.
Hang on. There we're back. Let me swap sides.
I like watching French girls at all times. Just saying.
Vive le Quebec! We want independence. One day we will have independence. It will happen. We want our own country. Well, at least, they have a reason for their own country because they don't even speak the same language as the rest of Canada. So, they would probably be okay, being their own country. Plus, they're not really, what is Quebec actually, if it's all about money and all about cash, and the federal government likes the money and likes the cash because that's what they live on. I guess they're not getting their share from Quebec, so they don't mind if Quebec leaves. And I know it's something that you want to sneeze about, really, honestly.
Well, what if Quebec and us leave? What does that leave? What does that leave as what is Canada at that point?
Well, and you've got Saskatchewan. They have the Prosperity Project in Saskatchewan, so they're talking about it too. That's a small voter base, so it's and you got a lot of conservative people in Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
They would love to come along with Alberta if Alberta becomes independent.
That's what I think too. And if you were to portion out the Greater Vancouver area, all of British Columbia pretty much as well.
Yeah. Well, you've got the northern part of BC is, oil and gas, and just like Alberta, they got a conservative part of British Columbia. So, yeah, you could definitely split BC in half, take Alberta, take Saskatchewan, piece us all together. Manitoba, unfortunately, they appear to be a little too NDP-ish communist at the moment, so maybe give them a bit of time. I don't know.
It's hard to know what to do with Manitoba. What do they bring? I mean, we got farmland. Yes, I know that. How is it for resource wise? I don't know of any particular resource that is prevalent in Manitoba.
Yeah, well, maybe they're not really harvesting any resources. They're just like Quebec, leaving it in the ground, and we don't really hear too much about it. I don't know. Being their government leadings over the years, maybe they're just doing that. I don't know. Hard to say.
I just wonder in a new group of provinces, whatever we call it, what they would. I mean, Saskatchewan, potash, uranium, oil, oil, forestry, a couple other things, beef. British Columbia, forestry, mining. Quite a bit of British Columbia is also farming. So I can see how we go together as a group. I just wonder what we're going to do with Manitoba.
Yeah. Well, actually, if now that you mention that, I'm thinking about it. What if Alberta, it becomes the new Canada, and we're the new entity that everybody else wants to become part of? Then we have Saskatchewan joining up with Alberta. We have BC joining up with Alberta. We might have Manitoba joining up with Alberta. And then the rest of Canada just goes, hey, Alberta, we love you so much that we're just going to come over and become part of the new country of Alberta. And we're just the same old Canada all over again with all of the provinces joining back up to Alberta. Oh, my God.
We'd be stupid to let them in.
Yeah.
No, we would just be importing problems from another country. And we know what happens when you import problems from another country.
Well, we'd be going, are you liberal or conservative? Oh, you're liberal? Okay. No, not going to happen.
Now, here's the deal. You're welcome to come, but we don't give the vote to anybody who immigrates. So you can come, you just don't get the vote.
Yeah. Not going to happen. Not happening. Oh, what's here? Trevor says, if voting made a difference, they would never let us do it. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Look at Calgary and Edmonton right now. Perfect example. Wow. Of what? Of badness, of stuff that's going wrong with this world. And the problem with Edmonton and Calgary is that they're run by left-leaning politicians. So that's why they vote left. That's why you see most of your NDP staunch territory is in Edmonton and Calgary. That's they most of the conservatives are out in rural Alberta. Places like Sylvan Lake and Rocky Mountain House and Camrose and farmer districts. The farmers in Alberta are the conservative redneck staunch people that are voting for independence. That's where all that support is coming from. We're loving it.
Trevor says we should vote harder.
Yeah. How about work harder too? That would be a good thing.
I'm getting old. I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to hardly work.
Yeah. Are you working harder or hardly working? Pretty much hardly working.
Trying to keep it to a minimum when I can.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that being said, the show's over. Thanks a lot, Darren, for being part of the show. We do appreciate you being here.
Been a pleasure.
And,
have a good one.
We're going to roll the last little outro audio here, and we'll say 7-3. Take care. Stay out of trouble. And if you can't stay out of trouble, well, at least keep the greasy side down and the shiny side up.
I'm 10-8-10-10 on the side, brother.
Right on. Take care. Woohoo! That's our good friend Darren Dimebag Darrell, who's into coins and stuff like that. Drop your link, Darren, in the chat on your way out before the stream's over, and we will be looking forward to seeing you again some point in time in the future when we do a live. We appreciate your company and your thoughts on celebration of independence. See you all later. Take care. We're out of here for the day.
Albertans stand tall, cutting loose from the strife. Rocky Mountains watching as we claim our own land. Freedom for our families with a rifle in hand. Alberta freedom, let the anthems roll. We're building our nation forevermore. From the prairie to the peaks, where the eagles soar high. We're sick of the traitors calling us traitors, that's a lie. Equalization's a thief, stealing our hard-earned pay, while they push their agendas, turning night into day. Beef ranchers and farmers, grain silos stand proud. Oil rigs turning profits under Alberta's cloud. No more begging for ports, landlocked but strong we stand. We'll negotiate our future with the world in our hand. Alberta freedom, ringing loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming through. No more woke liberalism, stealing our way of life. Albertans stand tall, cutting loose from the strife. Rocky Mountains watching as we claim our own land. Freedom for our families with a rifle in hand. Alberta.
And don't forget, wherever you're watching, hit that subscribe button. We appreciate an odd little subscription once in a while, and hit the thumbs up. Thank you very, very much.
They say it's illegal, but self-determination's all right. Like Ukraine from the Soviets, we'll fight through the night. No more sending our wealth to fund their endless schemes. Our pensions rising, fulfilling our dreams. Tired of the liberals, their rules and their games. Albertans awakening, calling out our name. Canola fields yellow, beef herds grazing free, oil sands fueling futures as far as the eye can see. We're Albertans first, with hearts full of fire. Separation's the answer, lifting us higher. No more being the wallet for a broken confederation. Freedom's our birthright, our declaration. Alberta freedom, ringing loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming through. No more woke liberalism, stealing our way of life. Albertans stand tall, cut loose from the strife. Rocky Mountains watching as we claim our own land. Freedom for our families with a rifle in hand. Alberta freedom, let the anthems roll. We're building our nation forevermore. Alberta freedom, yeah, forevermore.
Oh, yeah, forevermore. Alberta freedom. Come on, we got to do it. Alberta independence. Thanks a lot, everyone. See you again soon.